Why, hello there, chat. Good evening. Happy May 3rd. May the 3rd be with you. Hey, real quick, can one person... You know what? I'm not even going to say one person. Hey, Bryce. Because you were the first... That was actually what I wanted to ask. Thank you for testing that. Okay, I did turn it off. I just wanted to double check that. Thank you. If you do accidentally do a redeem for one of the little sound effects, they won't play. I will redeem you at the end of stream though, just because I have alerts off and everything, and don't want to interrupt the game. I appreciate your support. But yeah, I'm very excited for this. I've got some goodies to show you guys, that we'll be seeing here in just a minute. You can give them a pause. You don't actually do that. If you want, Calvi, I don't want to make you do stuff. Also, thank you for all the support. Appreciate y'all. I'm just gonna go ahead and unmute and hang out with my players. I got my nice big old stein full of water because I think there's gonna be a lot of talking this episode. But let's see how everyone's doing.
Great cannon thing. The Eldritch cannon
Oh,
is meant
hey.
to work. Hi.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi.
Whoa.
Hey.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey.
How's everyone doing? How you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Good.
Aaron
Oh,
was
good.
telling
How
us
are
about
you?
yeah.
No, don't worry about it. No, it's
All right,
fine.
great.
Well, we're only 6th level. It doesn't matter now.
Oh, okay. It doesn't
If we
matter.
get to level 9, you're gonna see some serious shit.
Barry's gonna pop
serious
off.
Shit.
Yeah.
All right, you level up 3 times.
Huge.
Oh, yeah.
Massive. Oh my
Man.
god.
Okay. Congratulations, Scrubbins can now self-detonate.
Yes.
Woo!
Is it poop?
It's like cheep cheep.
Is this the?
Yeah, it's a Clockwork Kazooie egg from Banjo-Tooie.
Oh, that's perfect. It's got to play that music too.
Yep.
Just as a little side is because I've already shown you guys. I wanted to update our little overlay here. So we got ourselves a pretty new overlay, chat. Look, and now you can see when I talk.
Oh, it's fancy.
It's so good.
It's incredible.
Oh my god, I love it.
Very giddy. Good thing that's the only thing I have to show for this entire session. So
Yeah, you definitely haven't been planning things for days
no,
or weeks.
no.
Weeks.
Fuck us.
Sorry, I was
It's
thinking
fine.
the Friends theme song. But yeah, does anyone have anything, they want to chat about before we get going? I got a little recap for us.
Yeah, I really like that you included Sully in my picture. It makes me very happy.
The little
I feel like
Sully's
Sully
hanging there.
gets
Yeah.
Sully often gets forgotten, and I love her very much.
I'm always thinking about Sully.
Me too, honestly. Sully is my best friend. next to
How
Coil.
come? How come you're the only one with the real animal companion, but mine's the one that poops?
I just
We
don't
can't do
discuss
this.
the
We
fact
can't
that
do
Soli
this.
poops.
What if the whole time it's solely sneaking poop into Scrubbins, and then Scrubbins just has to get
Rats
rid
are
of it eventually?
smart.
Now, see,
Oh my
Soli's
fucking God.
poop is not plot relevant.
Yeah,
Therefore,
exactly.
it is just presumed, just like
Not yet.
Who's gonna
Not
see a
yet.
rat poop and be like, "We got to talk about this for at least 30 minutes"?
No one, because I will fight them.
it's just like that one scene. I don't remember what show this is from, but some guy's like, "Oh no, this is a scene in a bathroom. There's never a scene in the bathroom. Something's gonna happen."
It's true. But yeah, I'm kind of just antsy to get going. If y'all are ready to start,
I'm so
Super
excited.
ready.
I'd
Let's
to
do
see
it.
Cat,
okay,
if possible.
let's heckin' do it.
Yeah.
Let me stop this music, and I'll start up into some different music. Let's do like let's do. Also, we have the you can see the chat now. Chat. you can see our chat.
Yes.
And so now when we get a crit roll and everything, you can see it and react with us instead of us
Hooray!
having to call it out, and usually half the time we forget.
Mhm.
Hooray!
Let's do like a nice little bit of that.
Ooh.
It's
new.
Oh,
It's
damn.
gonna wrap the recap.
A little bit of a jam here as we entered Northcliff. Okay. Previously on Dan Jones and Dragons, flying on a council-owned airship known as the Viridescent Javelin, our party continued to make their way towards the city of Northcliff, where the promise of work to help return safety to the realm and the coin to match it awaits them. Their journey was interrupted while noticing the small farming village of Oakcross that was currently under siege by a group known as the Bloodletters, a large bandit faction that is ubiquitous through the land of Orlon. Successfully repelling the attackers, our party was pointed towards a small mansion built by the collector named Everett Darwin, whose lavish estate was probably the draw for the attack. Investigating inside, the party was met with a few well-guarded relics of old and one large amber egg. The party took the egg, left the town, and continued their journey, and after about 4 days of travel from setting out from Philgrove, they have reached the technological hub of the world atop a floating mass of rock and crystal, the Jewel of the South, Northcliff. As you docked the ship, and you were approached by a series of people gathering and unloading cargo from the ship, your VIP guest, Adokus Thandar, a member of the council and a previous member of the Champions of Virtue, stepped out and greeted you to the city with a simple "Welcome to Northcliff." And as the rest of you begin to exit the ship, you're approached by two guards. The guards here don't seem to quite have the same Crown's Guard regalia that you're used to seeing. It's a little more, almost casual, like toned down, not as like, it doesn't seem like a suit of armor. It seems like a like well-maintained, almost like regal leather suit. They do have like small helmets on. They do have spears that don't have a blade attached to the end of them. They have two little silver tips that are like almost touching each other at the end of it, but no visible blade or anything. They approach you all and they say, "This will just be a moment, folks. Part of regulations currently as per request by the council." And they both pull out a small, like an apple-sized orb that is see-through and has a golden band basically going across it in both like perpendicular directions. They walk up to the group and kind of wave it across of each of you. Can I have just a perception check from the group? Let's just have a nice little easy perception check from everyone.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, we're starting
Easy.
off with rolling. Okay.
Well, now, oof, someone's paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not Coil.
No, not Coil.
Definitely not Coil.
Cole hasn't even noticed the guards.
Okay, that's different. Trilby, Phaley, and Morenthal definitely, you notice there is a little bit of hesitation as they pass by Coil and Phaley. Phaley, you catch the glow of the like, it looks like just a glass sphere, but you can see in the center of it as it passes by you, there is a white glow followed by an orange glow, and then it cuts. As it passes by Coil, you can see there's a dark black glow that also cuts. The guards kind of look at each other momentarily, just like, not sure how to proceed. And Adokis walks up to them and says, "They'll be fine, they're with me." "Understood, sir. We're just going to continue our inspection," and they walk past you and board the iridescent javelin, where the rest of the crew is already standing, waiting to be searched.
Would any of us know what that was? What that scanning was, or what was just happening there?
Give me an Arcana check if you wanna see if you can guess.
Okie dokie.
I see something. I don't know what it is, but there's something.
You witnessed
I
something.
see
You're not sure what.
colors.
Yeah, why not? My -1. Why not? Oh,
Okay.
Ooh. There you go.
Judging by the kind of like quick, they didn't like press it up to you. It was kind of a quick just gesture as they passed by you. And those who did catch the glow, especially Trilby, you probably get the most information out of this. You would guess it's some kind of like maybe like a detect magic that's maybe triggered to specific wavelengths or something like that. Because it didn't react to you or like Scrubbins or anything like that. It seemed it was very keyed in on specific traits.
Cool.
The rest of you would kind of get some kind of understanding of that, whether or not like you even noticed the color change or what exactly they were doing. It wasn't a very precise thing. It was just a precautionary measure, it seemed. Adokis walks up and he goes, "Sorry about that. It's just current procedure, just to make sure there's no of the artifacts that we're searching for coming in or out. Like I said, there's a few major relics, but a lot of the other stuff that was lost was, simple swords and weapons and, wands and stuff like that. Something they could easily become part of an arsenal that we want to make sure we have a lid on."
So what do we do?
Oh, of course. So we do have a bit of business to attend to at first. You'll have plenty of time to tour the city at your own leisure. But if first you'll follow me, we're going to head towards the spire. And he turns and he points back towards this large central thin tower you see in the center of town. Speaking of seeing the town, I think it would be better if we had maybe a little bit of a visual here.
Whoa.
Well, someone did prepared earlier, by the looks of it.
oh,
Gracious,
Holy
Dan.
crap.
So you guys are you guys are where the little marker is up in the little northeast corner.
Districts colored, coordinated. Aw.
Yeah, there's a little legend in the bottom left that shows you the
I'm
colors.
surprised you didn't fuck with us and put like Eastern Quarter on the west side. Or something.
Part of me really wanted to, but I was like, there's got to be some sense here. But yeah, there's a few notable locations that we can talk to as we either approach them. One of which you can see immediately as you are passing by like the main gate of the city. You see this large kind of mansion. It's surrounded by like these 15-foot high walls. It looks like there is a small like hedge maze attached to it within the garden estates. And you can see a small group of like people outside that they look like tourists is the best way to put it. They're just, no one's really matching. They kind of are overlooking at everything. And one person is kind of like clearly directing over the lot as you start walking by. Let's see. As you're led through the entertainment district, which is where you currently are, the roads are all paved in smooth stone. Lampposts dot the road. An occasional stagecoach and wagon do pass by, even though you didn't see any immediate way for them to get into Northcliff from the surrounding area. Small pockets of greenery exist in the city. Many of it are behind owned property or like ironed walls, like denoting this noble's house or anything like that. You can see atop a few of the taller buildings, it looks like there is like rooftop gardens that still give some kind of life to the area. Not immediately near you, but over in like the old town, which is on the far west side, it looks like there is actually some kind of farming and normal greenery you would expect to see. So it's not like a total like metropolis kind of area or anything. There's still your fantasy touches here and there. The streets are busy with a mesh of people. Gnomes seem to be the majority of the people that you're encountering on the streets, though there's such an array of people and cultures, your group doesn't seem to stand out that much. Maybe just in terms of like how outfitted you are and how unique a lot of you are compared to each other is the only reason you would stand out. Coil, while you would expect to stand out pretty much in any town, you do actually pass by a few other constructs and golems, though they do not seem to be freely walking such as you are. Several shops and businesses look like they have personal golem bodyguards that serve as security. You can even see a few people who are clearly of noble status or just a well-off artisan or merchant with a small like mechanical figure following them, carrying basically their luggage or whatever they happen to be needing and taking notes down for them as they speak aloud. But yeah, you pass over a small little river. You can see there are a few fish swimming in it. There even looks like every now and then you can see in the distance someone's trying to fish off them. It doesn't look like there is any ruling against it from what you can see, or people just don't really care and are doing it. But your general vibe from the entire city, it's very well maintained, it's clean. There's a fresh air to the kind of city. Once you get closer towards the center and the Spire Shadow District, that's when you kind of see these like really tall buildings that you're not used to seeing, like multiple stories. There's almost a blend of like, you know, the like kind of like fantasy, like Waddle and Daub buildings that you kind of come to see. Think of like that plus like a little flair of like industrial kind of added to it. So you see like these steel beams and pipes kind of connecting through, like supplying with heat and plumbing to the buildings. There's a few brick buildings that seem to be in between, though not like the red you would expect. It's all more like neutral grays and stuff like that. But eventually you make your way to this large tower, the Spire. And let me scroll through my notes.
This is amazing.
Thank you. I'm
Very
excited.
You
for
can
this.
tell
This
there's
is really
so much
good.
thought put into the stand.
Look, we can move you as you move. Oh my god, it's not like
Oh.
So handy.
so
I'm
handy.
tired. My dogs are barking.
So
Oh my gosh.
as you walk up, you can see this area is definitely immediately gives you the vibes of like, you know, when you're walking around somewhere and you suddenly realize you're in like a area you're trespassing or you're not supposed to be, like you missed a guarded gate. It kind of feels like that because no one's approaching this tower, but there's not like armed guards anywhere. It's just very vacant compared to the rest of the city. But as you're led inside, the doors automatically open to your presence and a cool air blows from inside the chamber. I have a song for this. The design and architecture feel almost alien, but remnants of the city's design and features still come through. You're led into what seems to be a main foyer of the building. There's guards at all the entrances and hallways. They also have those spears tipped with the little silver points that you saw at the gates. The room you're in seems to be more of a connective space rather than having an actual purpose. Figures rust past in a hurry, carrying scrolls, other holding thin panes of glass that occasionally have images moving across them. A large window is on the opposite side of the wall from the doors you entered from, and a glimpse of the central room of the spire can be seen. 2 rows of large glass windows, or mirrors that they kind of seem, are arranged on top of each other, like a bunch of monitors basically in a circular room. All of them have different imagery flashing on them, as if having another perspective of someone else's eyes from different locations. Some are soaring high in the sky, others push their way past foliage, seemingly hunting for something. The center of the room is a large cylindrical column that rises up and out of view. Ornate and intricate blue void circuits can be seen running along its surface. Several points of interest are also along the column, but their design and purpose is alien to you. Occasionally a figure will walk up and interact with one of those for a moment before changing tasks. And finally, seated around this column are about 20 or so figures, seemingly asleep, laying in beds that are connected to this central column. That familiar blue void circuitry is coming from the beds they're on, and it seems to connect to the monitors that are displayed around the room. Adokis is kind of just standing back as you all take in everything. And as you all kind of gather your bearings for a moment, he speaks up and goes, we have a few people we can meet real quick. I'm sure you have questions and we can go over that. But first, and he gestures over to the left and you can see 3 figures walk in. I'm going to take a drink of water real quick.
Please do.
Go for it.
Just like every now and then, Gelnek is just, this is very, very strange magic Gelnek is not familiar with.
It's definitely alien, I think, to all of you. Like, you can understand the purpose of a lot of it. Like, it's just presented in a way that is new. Like, instead of people holding like animated pieces of paper or parchment or something like that you would see in like larger cities normally, you see everyone walking around with like these planes of just what look like glass. But if you look at them from a certain perspective, you can see there is an array of information on them, and it's just kind of like a weird disconnect that you immediately understand but don't know why or how.
It's very strange. There are no wands, no staves. How do they do this?
How do?
I have no
Guys.
idea.
As we're walking around, Trilby is just like open mouth, just like a fish going like bop bop bop. Just brain's not functioning.
This place has got to be like famous in this world, right? Like we've all, like, unless they're keeping this place a secret somehow, it feels like this has got to be a place that everyone in this world has to at least have heard wild stories about. Yeah, like.
Yes, absolutely. Like,
Okay.
It's one of those. The only way you wouldn't know about it is if you came from a really small town or just didn't care about it. Like, it would be the equivalent of living in the US and not knowing about like New York City. Like, it's probably come up in some way or shape.
Cool.
Still something to see it in person, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as you all are chatting and Adokis gestures over, you see 3 figures enter. One of them is a female gnome. She's got ornate clothes on. Several odd gizmos and gadgets are strapped to various parts of her form. A monocle that's constantly changing size and angles sits on the left side of her face. Her hair is shoulder length, and not a hair seems to be out of place. She exudes nobility, and the look on her face seems to think maybe she thinks a little highly of herself compared to everyone else around her. Next to her is a taller figure, a drow. They are wearing these fine dark leathers. His forearms and hands are like completely exposed for the armor, but absolutely covered like from fingertip all the way to elbow in scars. Across his chest, you can see there is a small knife and several little glass vials in a row. And finally, your stereotypical, like when you think a fantasy wizard of like this, give me an old white guy with a beard and like a purple hat with stars on it. Like that's the kind of vibe you get from this guy. He's male human, seems to be in his late 70s, wearing simple robes. Hands are always clasped behind his back, and a large white beard contrasts the vibrant colors in his clothing. And Adokus speaks up. Now, I know you all already here, and you've decided as a group you would like to help in our endeavor, but this is the point of no return. I know some of you were hesitant about the blood thing. I assure you, it's simply for the safety of the realm. These artifacts are not something to take lightly, and if a simple precaution can help prevent catastrophe down the road, we're going to take the steps to do that. These are my colleagues that have helped arrange and set up this spire that you see right now. The inventor, the leader of all this, is Kazma Londor. He gestures to the gnome. We're greeted by one of the few blood mages that's allowed to operate, Neven Evrot. He points to the drow, and finally he says, and Horace Devonshire, the Wizard of the White Tower. If you've been to Spring Oak, you've probably seen his estate. What is everyone's passive perception, real quick?
He hoo ha.
Well,
13.
Where?
how is yours
11.
more than mine?
Because I'm a wise and strong goblin who's traveled across the realm, duh.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. That's fair.
9.
9 for Hobson. Who was 11?
Me.
Okay.
Toby.
Wait, what? Okay, no, that's genuinely surprising.
Is that
Or maybe
the
not,
number
actually. I don't know.
To the left of.
Yeah, it should be
perception?
like
Just-
below the skills, I think. I don't-
Yeah, right below the skills. Passive was.
Oh, 18.
Yeah, there we go.
That's
Whoa.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So, and
Perceptive.
Coil, what was
14 for Coil.
14? Ooh. Okay, so Coil and obviously Phaley, as you're introduced to these members, you catch a like you know when you go to wave to someone and there's someone between you and they think you're waving at them and they do the brief like ah, and then they like realize what's going on and go back to being neutral. You get that from Horace as you're introduced to him, and he's looking directly at Phaley. But as you're greeted to the rest of them, Adokus just says, so if you are all in agreement, it should be a simple process, I understand. And even just nods his head and goes, it will only be a small little drop. It won't, no pain. It's not that barbaric.
Very well. Gelnick is attuned to pain. Gelnick greets pain like old friend.
He walks up to you, Gelnick, pulls out the knife, and it's like a really thin, fine point, like, it almost seems kind of like an X-Acto knife with its, like, fine, thin edge.
Oh, did Gelnick say friend? Gelnick meant more awkward family member at reunions.
And he bends down to you and goes, just a finger will suffice.
Gelnick holds out a finger, his index.
And he just gives a little jab in the center of it, so like a little bead of blood pools up. And with his other hand, you see he uncorked a small little vial he had across his chest. And then without actually touching you or anything, you can see this little bead rise up from your finger and just gently float into the vial, and he corks it.
Ooh. Neat.
And then he looks at the rest and goes, is everyone else? And he prepares, if everyone does not object, to do the same.
Wait! Before the rest of tribe does blood ritual, Gelnick has heard of tradition where you give tasty treat upon taking blood sample.
That's true. That's true. I've heard that too.
Would that make you a little more comfortable with our arrangement? You can see Horace, the old white wizard, kind of leans forward, and he's just smiling in your direction, Gelnick.
Gelnick simply exchanging cultures was heard about, but just wanted to know if true or not.
Oh, it is customary here in Northcliff. And he pulls, his hands are behind his back, and he just, from under his sleeve, he pulls, and it's like a small little, like a jelly bean. Like, it's just this bright little piece of candy. And he puts it in your hand.
And this is strong medicine that will help healing wounds?
It's the strongest.
Wonderful.
And he pops it in his mouth.
It tastes like cherries.
Seeing the candy, Trilby jumps forward. Me next. I want to go next.
Same thing follows suit. He just kind of pricks your finger just gently enough to get a little bead of blood.
Do I
And it
take
places-
damage?
There, no damage actually. It is. Unless you like really want to jab your finger.
I mean, remember, I am a soft boy.
You are a soft boy.
And he is excited, so his hand's probably like vibrating.
You know what?
a
Give me a
little bit of,
Constitution
from
saving throw.
excitement.
Done.
Oh yeah,
25.
You're so excited you don't even realize it's happening.
I'm just so focused on my hand is like
It's
open.
like, when are you gonna do it?
grasping.
Yeah,
When are you
it's-
gonna do it? He,
the
corking it
doctor's
already?
doing
What are you
fun
talking
hand
about?
motions. Doesn't realize you just got the shot. Like,
Yeah. What flavor's my jelly bean, Dan?
I got a roll for this. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh, it's green, which could be great or bad according to me.
Oh. Oh no.
The apple.
Yeah.
It could be apple, or it could be
green.
boogers.
Or lime.
Could be lime.
Lime.
Maybe it's green void crystal flavored.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Oh God.
Exotic.
it's lime. It's actually lime. Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah. See, a good one.
Yeah.
So as Neven kind of continues around the room, does anyone object to giving their blood?
Hey, Bailey doesn't seem very happy about it and is a little hesitant to do so.
Lorenthal's quiet until he comes to him, and then he's very vocally objecting to it.
Since
He doesn't want
Streeton,
someone taking his blood. He doesn't know
Hobson-
what it's used for.
well, that's understandable. Hobson straightens up, like, kind of unnaturally a little bit, sort of, and holds out a hand to sort of like, in a sort of like, one moment sort of gesture. Just so I am clear, if I join in this endeavor, is this something that you would describe as heroic, important, worth remembering?
I would say yes. The whole reason you're here is for the safety of Lithia. Like, we need to recover these artifacts, and if having you all be accountable with these dangerous artifacts and the knowledge we know of their whereabouts, I think that is a heroic endeavor, yes?
It immediately extends the hand out excitedly, then go wild.
You get the little prick on your finger. So for when they get before we get to Phaley and Morinthal,
We'll deal with that. Can.
as he approaches you, Coil,
Mm-hmm.
Neven kind of gives you a look up and down and says, "You wouldn't happen to have any fluids, we'd say?"
Yeah, I don't think that's going to work for me.
He turns, looks over the back, and Kazma walks forward and says, "I believe I could provide something similar to your whatever you do." And she's just kind of like with one hand doing weird kind of gestures towards Neven. If you wouldn't mind a small, simple rune sketched on your chassis.
He seems to think about it for a second.
Sure.
Very well. I don't have it on me right now, but Adogus, do they have arrangements prepared for it? And he goes, yes, they've got arrangements. So I'll take them to the Shattered Shield Inn after this, and I assume you'll probably have someone sent over. And she goes, yes. I'll have someone sent over, perform the ritual, just so we have something. But if you're with the group, it shouldn't be an issue, right? And they all kind of nod. Neven just gives a nod and says, all right, well, you're off the hook, I guess. And then he goes over to Phaley, asking for her finger.
And this does what exactly again?
I specialize in magic related to blood. It's not normally a freely practiced thing, but I'm very well studied and spent my time in Westmount Academy. It will allow us to track you from distances longer than normal magics would. In case you do...
Thalia immediately looks like she's absolutely not. So you
This
want to be able
would-
to track us.
Yes, but this would only be in the case that you abscond with one of the deadly artifacts we are hiring you to obtain. So if there is no issue on your end, there will be no use of your blood.
So you're hiring us, which means you trust us, but you don't trust us enough to not take our blood?
What if one of us dies? Perhaps there's way to find body if we are separated? Gelnak not fully understand.
It's more of a... Adokis is speaking. He says it's more of a precaution as to... There's not enough of us to track down the artifacts that they're searching for, and they are dangerous in the wrong hands. Yes, we trust you because you have already delivered an artifact and have been compensated and are here to perhaps continue working for more seeking of the artifacts and more, wealth. This is more of a countermeasure in case maybe one of the artifacts
we cut
appeals a
and
little
run.
too much to you.
And what if I don't do it?
He
Can I
kind
have
of
Bailey's
looks.
candy if she's not gonna give her blood.
Adokis kind of sits and thinks for a second and goes, What do you say the rest of you? We have a majority of them. Would that suffice? I can understand the hesitance here. I was hoping I had made myself clear when we were in Philgrove that this would be the case. If not, maybe perhaps you can sit out through the revealing of information about these artifacts. We could also
That would be
provide you
fine.
with a way.
Fine by me.
He as you say that, he just looks to the back. Kazma just gives like a whatever, and he goes, "Well then, that is fine with me." Now, as for arrangements, I've got you some rooms in a inn of a friend. You should have a few days there. Take in the city if you want. We'll probably need about a day or so to gather our findings and be able to present to you what we know about the current artifacts and where to find them. Now, do you have any questions for us? As I'm sure there's a lot to take in quickly.
Trilby points at the sleeping figures in the beds.
Mhm.
It doesn't say anything.
I don't exactly know the exact means of it, Kazma, though. They are simply performing a scrying ritual. The monitors you see are a modified divining pool. We basically took the normal approach that you would see the druids and such of the city scrying and made it a little more easier for audiences to quickly observe. And she just kind of points to like several people in the room kind of like scrawling down and writing down information. I constructed several small automatons that have been flying throughout the realm. Each of them have been assigned to a person, and they have a frequency they are tuned into, which is from information we have from Brightcoin and the Eversteel vaults. Basically tuned in to each artifact. However, Elithia is a big place, as you can imagine, so it is a slow process.
Thank you.
Surveillance, Trilby.
Go ahead.
Doga speaks up and he goes, "This is normally not the procedure or purpose of the spire. The spire is the safety net around the city." And like as he's speaking, he kind of keeps like glancing to Kazma of like, "I'm saying this right, yeah?" That protective bubble that it doesn't ward off from let's say like divine magics and stuff like that, like the scrying that you see here. It's more of a physical repellent. In case of attack or anything, it's a first line of defense for the city. That is the purpose of the spire. And Kazma speaks up and goes, "The reason we're using this for the current emergency of the realm is the central core of the spire has a way to amplify magic to a further extreme than would typically be available to a single scholar or mage. So while we might not be able to obtain as much clear information from a typical scry, thanks to the spire's influence, we can get a much clearer image as you see here." And she kind of just continues for a bit of explaining the process of like, hey, there's a bunch of drones and we have kind of cameras on them searching for these items across the entire world.
Wow. I have no more questions. Joey puts his hand down.
Well, if no one else has anything, I can take you all to the inn, where I guess the rest of the day is yours. If you have anything you'd like to see or ask, I have a small little dojo in the northwestern side of the city. Feel free to bother me at any time if you'd like. If not, I don't know if Kazma will be the most kind guest, but she'll be here if you have any questions. As for the others, Horace just says, "I'll just be around the city. I'm here to take in the sights. I only came here as a way to help the enchantment of some of these items he sees," and he just kind of gestures to the monitors and stuff. "I don't have a lot to do these days, so anything that gets me out of the house." And Nevin's already just kind of like walked to the back of the room and he just goes, "I'll be gone."
Block it out.
So does anyone have anything for the group at hand, or would you like to be led to the inn?
I think
I'm good to go to the inn.
ready.
I think I'm good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Gotta stop that music. Shit, go back to the other music. All right. You were led through the city. Again, just kind of a lot of it is just taking in the sights. But you are led to a more typical, what you would expect to see of an inn, towards the eastern side of the city. You can see a broken shield that looks like it's been splintered from some kind of battle, but it's like made of iron, and it's just like hanging as a greeting, and you can see painted on it is the shattered shield. Within the inn, there's multiple floors, several dining patrons. Everything's like made of like a thick, dark wood. There's, like a cobblestone flooring. All the tables are like thick and rustic. There's multiple levels of like crossways above you where you can see different doors and stuff for like sleeping arrangements. And several staircases kind of like just lead out in a mesh from the central building, all just to several different rooms. And you can see like maybe one is like a servant's quarters kind of thing. The most notable thing, other than like the patrons that are already here, it's by this point maybe like early afternoon, like 1, 2 kind of. Behind the bar, you can see a taller figure, maybe like 6-7 feet in height. Soft, almost white skin blends into like an orange red of this 4-armed figure behind the bar. They have dark red hair that matches the same hue as their skin, pulled back into a short ponytail. Fully white eyes kind of scan the group as you enter without gesturing or like nodding or anything, just kind of watching. And his 4 hands busily clean a glass, wipe a table, tap a nearby keg, and fill up an empty glass. The lower pair of arms are what you would expect to see from another humanoid, just kind of like human in nature. Yet the upper pair are these massive crab claws that are like delicately clutching a rag and a club as they're performing the other tasks. The reddish-orange color of the claws kind of like slowly fades into the natural white of the skin near the shoulders. Other than that, there's easily to find a table and stuff. As you walk in, Adokus says, I'll go get your room keys and make sure everything is set. And he walks up to the bar.
That crab man?
So Crabman. Yeah.
I love him.
Don't see that having a go.
I want to say hi to the crab man.
Go say hi to him. He's
I'm
right
gonna
there. You could just...
I'm gonna follow Adokus over to the bar.
All right, you walk over, just to kind of catch the end of the conversation. He goes, I had an arrangement. He goes, yeah, they're all ready for you. It was 6 rooms, yeah. And he goes, yes. And that's like kind of right as you approach. And he goes, Truly, this is Arjun. He's an old friend of mine and the owner of the Shattered Shield Inn. He just kind of gives you a nod and keeps going with his work, and you can see like his other hands return, and they place these like 6 keys down that all have little like tags and numbers written on them.
My name's Trilby Hornsparrow. Hello.
Pleasure to meet you, Arjun Moon. I hear you're going to be staying here for a few days. I hope you're clean.
I do my best, sir.
Good.
Do you know spots around town? Can I ask you for directions and stuff? I've never been here before.
Oh sure, yeah. It's what do you want to know? Any specific sites you want to see or anything?
Well, if there's like a marketplace, that would be useful.
There's a huge marketplace. There's a few general shops kind of in every district, but if you really want to do any of the shopping, head to the trade district. That's it's north side of town near the Crystal Circle, where all the churches are.
And that would be north.
Yeah,
Trilby just kind of spins around a little bit.
Northwest. He kind of like points to the wall, and he's like, just once you go out here, you're gonna cross the river. If you see the big crystal sticking out of the ground, you want to keep that on your right.
Big crystal. Okay. Speaking of crystals, is there anyone who knows about crystals? There's some big crystals here. I have some crystal questions.
I'm pretty sure there's a few jewelers in the trade district that would be able to help you. Yeah.
I mean more like void crystals, like the magic.
Oh yeah,
Kinda.
they would probably have specialty in that as well.
Oh, okay. All right.
Especially try to find maybe more of the pricier ones. It's from what I've been told, it's very delicate working with void crystals. So usually, if people want to buy it, they go to the higher places. So they would probably know more.
Thank you, Arjun.
Not a problem.
Jewelers also study how to use void crystals and magics?
Maybe not magics, but they probably have studied how to use them. Yeah. I know there's a few. I don't remember the name of the shop. It was a couple. They worked together and they kind of used a few. Like they made pieces of jewelry with void crystal and stuff like that. I've seen a few. More well-off people. Yeah.
And those are also in the trade district.
Absolutely.
That shop. Okay, thank you, sir. I'm gonna go lie down for a bit, I think.
Sure. Here's your room key. And he slides one of the keys to you. It looks like there's. Oh wait, what was that?
Does he slide it with the crab claw?
He does slide it with a crab claw. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Sorry. What were
You're
you gonna
good.
say?
He just pushes one of them, and it looks like all the keys are just like 3 rooms on like corresponding hallways, so you're all like right next to each other.
We each get our own room.
That's what you're given. You don't have to use all 6 if you don't want to.
Who wants to be roommates?
Before we go, this might be a long shot, but do you know the name Esteban Longfeather?
Stefan Longfeather. Adogus leans in and goes, was that Mom's brother?
Yeah.
I think he works as an apprentice in a shop. It would probably be in the trade district, I would bet. I'll give him a roll for it. He says, as I scroll, there should be a pawn shop, Mobe's Pawn Shop, I think it was the name of it. I think he stops in from time to time there when he's not out doing whatever in the world. Mom's visited him a few times is the only reason I know.
All right. Thank you.
And then Arjun, as he leans, he goes, Forge and Forestry. That was the name of the shop. That was it.
Oh, Forge and Forestry?
Forge and Forestry, like a forest.
Like trees.
Yeah. There's a cute couple. They got together and made a shop.
But they do jewels?
I don't know if they do jewels, but they sell jewels, like the jewelry and stuff I was talking about.
Because I don't need to buy a forest.
I don't think they have forests for sale. I think it's more of a play. Like they sell like one is a Fletcher and one's an armorer, and they also do tailoring and enchantment. They do a lot of stuff, is what I'm saying.
Trilby just visibly looks confused.
Do not worry, strangely dressed boy. Gelnek has learned your language, and it confuses him too.
Thank you, double leader.
But yeah, you guys are set here for, I believe, 3 days was the agreement. Adogus nods and goes, if you were going to be in town any longer, let me know and I can work something out. But tomorrow, if you all are available, I'll meet you here and we can discuss the next steps of this arrangement.
Someone was going to come by for that room you mentioned, right?
Yes, I'll Hey Arjun, if someone comes by from Kazma asking for our Warforged friend here, is that okay if they know the room you're staying in?
Yes.
All right. Well, let them know. Nate Arjun just nods.
Should I expect that tonight or tomorrow? Or...
She's pretty prompt, so yeah, I would say maybe like next few hours or at least nighttime. If you're not here, I'm sure they'll be waiting for you.
All right. Thank you.
Well, if you all don't need me, I've got to go prepare for our meeting tomorrow. Is there anything last minute I can do for you all?
No,
Coil just looks to the rest.
Thank you, Adokus.
Paul walks up and grabs Hobson's room key off the table, like gives Adokus sort of just a look of just a very cocky look, and just tell the historians to be ready. I'm gonna go see how nice these rooms are, and just sort of walks off up towards in the direction of wherever the rooms are.
Oh my god.
It would be great if he walks the wrong way.
Fucking amazing.
Definitely guesses the wrong hallway at first. Keeps walking. Does
Yeah.
not.
I meant to do that.
Yeah. Do the thing where
I
you
was
suddenly
exploring
stop
the
and go like
establishment.
one finger up, like, oh, I forgot. Yeah, I wanted to do that.
Absolutely. How nice are these rooms, by the way?
They're nicer than probably anything in Filgrove. Like, definitely nicer than the Brass Squid, but it's not not high tech or anything like that. It's just kind of a simple what you would expect. There is probably like an actual small like bathroom kind of attachment to it. It looks like there is plumbing throughout this and a small little pipe with a vent in it that seems to like be for heat, but it's not cold right now. So so it's a little nicer than your typical run-of-the-mill inn, but still like made of like dark rich wood and stone and simple lighting and stuff like that.
I think that's good enough for him. He's feeling just kind of on top of the world right now.
As Adokis like gathers himself out, he kind of I think he only gestures towards Trilby and he goes, I know you won't have me around, but the Champions Hall where we actually used to operate out of is in the north side of town. We passed it on the way in. If you want a little, you seemed to be interested in them. It could be a good thing to check out.
Trilby just has the look on his face that Donald Glover had in that episode of Community where he's meeting with LeVar Burton. He's just wide-eyed and just like petrified.
he smiles and like just puts a hand on your shoulder and gives a little pat, and he goes, well, I enjoy your stay in Northcliff. I'm looking forward to doing business with you all. And he starts to leave the inn. That's all I got
Well,
planned for the
it's a
session, so.
Well, that was a good session, guys. See you next month.
But yeah, from this point, it's like afternoon. You have the day to yourselves. You got the impression that they won't be able to present the information on the artifacts until tomorrow morning, which then will determine what you want to do and where you want to go, kind of thing, outside of Northcliff. But if there's anything you want to do in the city, now is your time to do so.
I want to visit some of these shops.
Visit
We
some
got a big payday recently, right?
You do, yeah.
Okay.
I believe a lot of you still have some. A lot of it was the Chameleon Air.
Right.
Any chance the Chameleonaire hopped on the airship with us?
He's not on the airship, but he might be on his way.
Oh no.
He's flapping his
Oh,
wings
no.
as hard as he can.
His wings, yes.
As I will say,
Not
as
like
much
By
as I
wings,
wanted
mean,
to
of course,
immediately
just
have
his
him,
hands.
like, as much as I immediately wanted to have him in this session, I was like, "There's no way he beat you guys in an airship to Northcliff."
I kind of would like us to, like, it'd be hilarious if for us the entire time just be like, how the hell did he beat us here? Just
They're
like,
all twins.
Here's the secret.
There's like 20 Chameleon Airs.
Oh god, that's my hell.
It's like Nurse
Oh.
Joy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's
Every town has a Chameleonaire. Trilby definitely wants to go shopping, but also Trilby is physically and emotionally exhausted. So he's just kind of standing still, doesn't know what to do with his life.
Yeah.
Overwhelmed by all the new sights and sounds and everything, and also Adokis touching his shoulder. He's just, he's a fragile little boy right now.
Fragile little boy.
Mm-hmm. But, Gelnick, you said you wanted to go shopping?
Yes. Gelnek requires better equipment. New town, new Gelnek.
Well, I
But
like
also
this
old
Gelnick.
Gelnek.
Okay, good.
A mixture.
I think I'll get lost if I go on my own, so...
Now, you're free to join in if you so wish, as is rest of tribe. Gelnek always believed that during pilgrimage, taking in local environment is always good for soul and also wisdom.
I have a lot to learn about it, seeing new environments, Gelnick.
As does Gelnek. Who else wishes to join?
Ailey seems very nervous, so she kind of gets closer. I'll go.
Very well, small man.
I'll join you.
Stinky Drow, very good. Strong dog.
He nods.
Is that everybody then?
Believe so.
let's go take a trip in the town.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Shopping episode.
Or window
Montage.
shopping. I mostly just want to get to know the locals and what the local environment is like and the community.
Okay.
And where else better than the shopping? Because everyone shops. Unless they're farmers, I guess.
Exactly. Farmers can't shop. They don't
Farmers
know what.
and their
They don't
mums.
know how to shop.
Never learned how.
Well, I was going to say they self-sustain, but I guess that too.
That works. Hang on. I realize I don't have my glasses. 1 second.
Suddenly the world is really blurry.
Okay. Sorry.
Welcome
found it.
back.
So yeah, where's the first stop, or where would you like to head?
If no one else will direct, then I'd say let's just go to the trade district, as they mentioned earlier. See what's going about, and see what the typical life is like for the average citizen of Northcliff and their day to day, what they shop and stuff like that.
All right.
I agree.
I just want to keep an eye out for this forge and forestry shop.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think it was Mobe's pawn
We're
shop.
heading in the right
Yeah,
direction.
Mobe's Pawn Shop was the other one you asked about. All right, so you all set out that way, kind of going the same direction you came from the spire. Oh, look, I'm so excited I get to move my stupid little thing.
Nice.
And
You made it for.
That's exactly what I made it for. Don't split up because there's only one. No, I'm just kidding. And in a few short minutes, you're able to make it to the river, cross over the bridge, and you enter the trade district. And it's immediately apparent that you're in the right location. The streets are much more crowded here than even like when you walked in the entertainment district, and you were dealing with like the traffic of people coming on and off airships. It's just like a mob. Like there's times where you're like, maybe we should do a different street because the traffic's a little too heavy on one side. But once you get towards the central area, it looks like it's kind of like an open, like a farmer's market almost thing. Like there's quick little booths set up with people selling like specific foods or small trinkets or just some like common goods that you would expect to see. There's shops of all types that you can kind of come across. You do see a large store. It's the fantasy Costco equivalent called Forge and Forestry that you pass by. And it has a big anvil with like a tree growing on top of the anvil. And then the name is like printed on this slab of metal hanging on front of the sign.
I was picturing like a mom and pop shop, and now we're going to Fantasy Costco.
It's fantasy Costco.
Shit.
It's a very there's a lot of people coming in and out, and it looks like it has a pretty hefty stock inside it.
Ah, strangely dressed boy. There is the shop that you were
Not
looking
what I
for.
expected. Well, I'm going in there. Do you guys wanna come with, or?
Yeah, Skelnick is always interested in what kind of goods every town seems to sell. You can tell a lot about town from what it sells, what it deems important, what it deems it needs.
What did you
Oh,
learn
well.
about Philgrove?
Ah, Skelnick did not.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Skelnick simply jumped in cart and told to be surprised.
Oh
And
my
it was
God.
very surprising. In good way.
That's my favorite thing ever. Okay.
Let's go to Costco.
So you go in to Fantasy Costco. It's a large warehouse filled with armor, weapons, clothes, assorted gears, shields, spears, you name it. Several aisles showcase the store's inventory. As you walk in, there is a hefty-sized silvered golem standing at the door that just kind of has like the simple like Baymax eyes of two like glowing sapphires for eyes, and it just kind of like slowly turns its head, watches you, and as you pass like it's 180, it kind of turns back towards the crowd. In the back of the store, you can hear the sounds of a blacksmith at work, and you can see a dwarven woman sitting near an anvil hammering out a shield. There's kind of like a small crowd kind of just watching over, like watching her make her craft. And across you can see there is another like desk where you can see people doing business and stuff, and there is an elven man stitching together a small tunic, maybe made for like a halfling or a gnome or child. There's a bunch of different like tailoring mechanisms behind him, and you can see kind of some look like they have like a mechanical function to them, like it's automated stitching certain stuff, or like it's doing factory shit. I was like, I can't say this. I don't know enough about sewing. And in the far corner, you can see there is a like a small altar with like a perfectly placed beam of sunlight hitting it with a stained glass image of it with a like a symbol of some kind of goddess kind of affixed to it. Which you can give me a religion check if you recognize it. But if not, it looks like just kind of like a like an anvil with like these flames coming across it, and then there's like two like knotted like pieces of rope kind of intercrossing over the anvil, and it's kind of shining down on that altar where you can see there's an open book and a bunch of small like spell regents and stuff like that. Regents? I don't know which to say.
Not sure.
I apparently know a lot about religion. Read a lot of books.
Yeah, you would
Attended a
know
lot.
that this is the symbol
Trilby
of
went
the
every
molten
Sunday, for the
hammer Rudros, basically the god of like fire and craft and forging.
Oh. Recognize that from a pop-up book.
You've probably seen it on even like the forge within Philgrove in some capacity. It's a very common worshipped thing among like artisans and especially blacksmiths. But yeah, other than that, there's a busy crowd, and if you're looking for your generic stuff or base level enchantment kind of gear, this is the place you're gonna find it at.
Is there an obvious jeweler type thing, or is that the gnome woman?
The
What the
gnome
gnome woman was doing.
The gnome woman was the inventor that you saw in the spire. The
I thought there
dwarf
was
was on the forge, and the elf was at the counter with the stitchings.
That's right. Okay.
And you were told they might sell stuff here, but they probably don't know actual jeweling themselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna try anyway. Damn it.
All right. Probably easiest to approach the elf who's sitting behind the counter. There's not as many people gathered around him, and if they do come up, it's like asking a simple question like, "Oh, do you have X?" And they're like, "No," and then they walk away.
No.
Oh god, they're about to meet Trilby.
I'm gonna walk up to that elf.
As you walk up, he just gives you a nod and goes, "Welcome to the Forge and Forestry. What can I do for you today?"
Hi, my name's Trilby. I had some questions about Void Crystal.
Oh, yeah. What would you like to know? I don't know much, but I can tell you what I do know.
Well, do you know someone I could talk to who might know about working with it and magic Void Crystal
Absolutely.
components?
If you cross the block, take two lefts, you should see a small little, it's kind of wedged between these two larger shops. It's called the Opal Circlet. Go in there, and Valina should be able to help you with if you're looking for even tools for gathering Void Crystal. They've got there too.
Oh, you said two lefts over that way?
Yeah, two lefts, Opal Circlet.
Okay, Opal Circlet, Valina.
It's easy to miss, but just like it's kind of wedged between.
It's
two.
easy to miss.
It's
I
not
get
a big
lost
shop.
very easily. Okay. All right.
I'm sure you'll find it, and if not, I'll be
Thank
here.
you.
You can always ask again.
What
Not
was your
worry,
name?
strangely dressed boy. We will keep eyes out.
Thank you, Double Leader. Okay. I think I'm good. Maybe.
Is that all I can
Well,
do for you?
How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm just working.
Okay. Well, it was nice to meet you.
Well, absolutely a pleasure.
Thank.
And then like someone walks up and she goes, "Hey, dude, oh yeah, I have another customer. Thank you." And he turns his attention.
I gotta say, I love role playing someone as awkward as I am in social situations.
Welp, see you later.
So that's it. Okay, all right.
Happy
Well-
with that trophy.
Does anyone need to do any shopping here? Cause I'm good.
Yes, you said there was like a smithing section.
Yes.
Dan?
There is
I would like to get my Maraca mace upgraded if at all possible, or at least see what the price is on that,
Ooh.
Okay.
because I'm going to be hitting things a lot more. So would be good to have it hit harder.
So do you want to ask the elf or like wave down the dwarf who is at the forge?
Wave down the dwarf at the forge.
All right. Give her a wave over. She kind of like puts down her hammer, stands up, and she's short for a dwarf, but she is like just a ball of muscle. And she walks over and goes, "What can I do for you?"
Greetings, artisan of war. Gilnek requires this powerful, amazing musical weapon to be improved somewhat. Gilnek expects himself to be in heat of battle. And you, one so experienced with weaponry, maybe could upgrade.
Of course. What are you looking? Just some refinement, maybe silver it. We can even do enchanting. My husband can do that for you if you want.
Oh, what kind of enchantment?
We could do one that's just like a flat increase of damage, maybe a finer edge to this mace, something like maybe like a +1, for example.
Yeah. Oh, Gilnek understand math. Gilnek like +1.
The quick layout she gives you is a +1. It'll take a week to enchant, and 1,000 gold.
Oh my god.
A +2 will be 5,000 gold. And if you want to give it a specific damage type, that's 10,000 gold.
Oh my god, never mind.
Suddenly Gilnek realized that he actually very strong in art of war and not require some measly weapon.
You can also silver it for 500, and that takes half a week.
Oh, jeez. No, that's like all my money. Any of this is all my. The upgrade itself is like more than I have.
I can spot you some money, double leader.
No, Gilnek would feel much shame and indebtitude to strangely dressed boy, and he has very conflicting feelings about that.
I understand.
No, it is okay. Gilnek feel conflicting feelings about feeling indebted to most people.
What if a bunch of us chipped in?
No, not for one weapon. If anything, Gilnek believe anyone who most worthy of weapon increase would possibly be Strong Dog, perhaps Small Man, or even Stinky Drow.
I've already had an upgrade.
Yes, exactly. Capitalize on something we are already good at. Instead of making up for weaknesses.
Coral tilts his head.
But, perhaps, you, strong artisan of war,
Looking at the dwarf blacksmith lady.
we are the Flower Crown. We are come to help town in any way we can. Strong adventuring group, strong tribe. Perhaps Gilnek not really easily have funds disposable for such upgrade, but perhaps there may be favor that you are too struggling to deal with that Flower Crowns can help with. Perhaps at discount.
She kind of thinks for a moment.
You are
One
often
of the
refining your craft.
one of the mines we use that's on the outside of the crater. Apparently they've been having issues. That would be helpful. It's not really hurting our supply, but it could in the long term. I could maybe take off. You're looking for the +1, yeah.
Yes.
I could knock maybe 400 off of it.
Oh, that is very generous discount. And what needs to be done at this task?
Well, you're wanna go, I don't know if they're around right now, but if you head out to the west side of town and take the ferry, there should be like a small little mining complex that's built right outside of the ferry gate. Tell them that Riona sent you, and you're here to help with the mine, and then they can probably guide you to the right one. We've been having a bit of I don't know what they call, but they eat metal, and it's been a real pain in the ass there for our iron supply.
Very well. If we ever find time to set aside, would very much like to take care of it.
Wait, they eat metal?
Oh.
Yeah, I'd probably recommend not going. she just kind of says to you, they're like, obviously they gotta take time to eat, but yeah, they're a bit of a pain in the ass, especially in a mine.
He's nodding slowly.
Poor Quill.
Trilby holds Scrubbins in his hand, and just Scrubbins is staring up at Trilby with big, wide, empty eyes.
You can swear you just see like Scrubbins shake their head no, just vaguely. Just like a little
the smallest movement of no.
Yep. Other than that, I mean, there's tons of like job boards and stuff in town that I think would help if you're short on funds or anything like that. Sorry, I don't have much more to offer.
That is okay. Sometimes some people are content in life and not have any troubles.
Do you I noticed you spoke of our lord there, and she gestures up towards the stained glass. Do you follow Rudros as well, young one?
She's talking to me.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Gelnek is follower of Aether the Breaker. May his reign be mighty and forever.
Well, at least it's going in the right hands then. And she just kind of gives you a smile. She says, but, is there anything else I can do for y'all today?
Anybody else have the money to spare for an upgrade for themselves?
Nothing useful.
Good.
Although Hobson does rejoin the group now, like Valse has walked him around and gotten him in completely new outfit. Nothing like functionally useful, just much more like garishly fancy.
Oh God!
Like imagine, like if you've seen Our Flag Means Death, like imagine Steed Bonnet trying to like dress up like a cool pirate.
Oh my gosh!
That is such a good visual. Oh man.
Perfect.
He's on top of the world right now.
Looking good, Hobson.
Thank you, I know. I felt it was time for an upgrade. Just gotta look the part.
What art?
Well, heroes need to give off an impression. Comfort those around them. Make them feel safer. Knowing that, someone important and strong is here. And also, that first impression is important. That is how you will be remembered.
Yes, 'tis true. In Ustenki tribe, how you know who is tribe leader is one with fanciest hat.
Fanciest hat?
Yes.
What happens on a windy day? Do you lose your leader?
Oh no, hat must be well attached. Too important to lose. Some brave enough to even sew into forehead. Gelnek, not that brave.
Ah.
Out of character, we've got to go hang out with this tribe, guys.
Tis why Gelnek have this skull of very strong opponent he slayed by himself. Point of pride, point of importance.
You know, I was meant to ask about that skull double eater.
Yes, it's like a trophy.
But also a hat.
Yes.
A fancy hat.
Not fancy enough. But one day.
Does that mean you and Trilby are competing to be leader of the group then?
Is that why Gelnek is out about Trilby?
Yes.
The
I
hat?
didn't. You know what? I didn't mean for it to come that way, but because it fits, I'm gonna retroactively say that he felt threatened because Trilby wore a hat. And because his culture, that is a mark of leadership, and that's where his jealousy comes from.
Well, I'm writing this down.
Oh, perfect.
Talk about a culture shock.
Yeah.
Like, hi, nice to meet you.
Just-
Staring at the hat.
I see.
Every time in the beginning when Trilby would take his hat off, Gelnuk's just like, what? What? What?
Why would you do that?
My head's getting sweaty. Takes off his hat.
Gilnet's back on top.
Haha! His leadership was only a temporary position.
Oh no, he's back!
Meanwhile, no one else has ever given any thought to
Yeah.
Trilby being a leader. It's
It's all in his own head.
yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Okay. I do
Anyway,
need to. I do need to try to find this opal circlet if we're done at Fantasy Costco. Is there?
Yeah.
Did anyone else want to do any shopping here?
Not for these
Yes.
prices.
Let's get you there.
Okay. Let's skedaddle out of here.
Yeah, let's go.
You skedaddle out.
Does the golem at the door need to check Hobson's receipt?
Yeah, as you walk by, it goes bing 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 bing. No, you're good.
Does he need to check Trilby's bag?
They do
How
not
much-
seem to acknowledge or care about you leaving.
How much should I remove from Hobson's purse for these clothes, Dan?
How do you think
fancy.
False just went like first shop they see, or did they go above and beyond?
I think that like they didn't go like wildly afield of the group. They haven't been like running all over town or anything, but I think that they have like False was running Hobson kind of around the nearby area, just looking for just the fanciest looking outfit that
Okay.
you could be finding.
I feel like
in the
there was
area.
probably like you know, like a glass window with like some display on that caught maybe his eye.
Oh yeah.
Let's just say like a flat 10 gold of you buying some top quality. If it's actually top quality or not, you don't know.
It certainly
some clothes.
it looks fancy. Whether it's actually good or even like well liked by people with any kind of like clothing taste.
Yeah.
Actually, though, they probably like people into fashion would probably hate it, but like looks fancy.
Yeah. So it's like a 10 gold, we'll say.
Alrighty,
He splurged.
and I'll wear it out.
So you all follow the very short directions. You find this kind of like little hole in the wall. Like there's not even really a front for it. It's just kind of like an archway with a door, and there's like a small little sign on it that just says like painted in white, the opal circlet. But as you walk in, it's kind of like what you would expect of a jeweler's shop. It's got like a large like sheet of glass with different like displayed gemstones and crystals and necklaces and earrings and whatnot. There is a gnome woman who is very old, sitting behind the counter, and she has like one of those like singular like the telescope, the mini telescope for the eye, whatever those are called, like not like a monocle, but
Oh yeah.
like a-
Monocular?
Oh,
monocular. Yeah, there you go. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
And she's like inspecting a gemstone as you walk in. And just says, "Welcome to the Opal Circlet. What can I get for you?"
Hi, my name is Trilby. Just visiting Northcliff.
Don't need your whole backstory, dear.
Sorry about that, ma'am. Was told that you might know something about Void Crystal.
Yes. What are you looking for? Looking for mining it or simply refining it? But we have a few pieces on display here as well.
Well, I actually had a question about some Void Crystal I'd already worked with, and I set Scrubbins down on the counter, and he starts kind of hopping around.
Is this your work?
Mm-hmm. His name's Scrubbins.
It's a bit childish, but it's pretty impressive.
Thank you.
What are the questions you have?
So he was originally made out of blue Void Crystal as his core, and now I've transferred it into this green Void Crystal. It seems that since that happened, he's been producing a byproduct, and I've been trying to understand why that might be the case. I talked to some guys on the airship. They didn't know but they said that Northcliff, a lot of people know about Void Crystal here. So I was hoping you might know something about. about that?
Well, it's giving off a byproduct and it didn't before, you said, yes?
Right, yeah, that's right, ma'am.
I think that might be a little fault of the engineering. The void crystal should not give off any residue or anything like that, unless it's being slowly ground down, perhaps by some of the mechanical inner workings.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if that's the case, you're going to want to have that looked at because it will make the void stone inert if it's worn down too much.
Oh no.
What does that mean for the construct?
Well, you said it previously ran on a different one, and now you just implemented this, so it would probably be fine. It would just lose that bonus trait that you've added to it.
Oh no.
I could maybe take a look at it if you'd like.
By all means. Scrubbins just opens his beak.
She kind of tinkers with it for a bit. A good 5 minutes of silence kind of passes. She just goes, here's your problem right here. And she kind of she has one of those big lenses on a mount that she moves and kind of positions it in front of Trilby. And you can see a small little piece of where two of the gears maybe you have are just ever so gently kind of rubbing against the side of the crystal. I
Darn it.
I think it's just a simple adjustment there. If you built this, I think you can easily take it. I don't want to tamper with your design, but I think that's the source of your byproduct.
Well, I'll be. I don't know how I missed that.
But if that'll be all, that'll be about 200 gold pieces for that. I'm just kidding. It's a little joke.
Trilby already had his coin purse in his hand.
No, I can see you're a fine craftsman and you just came for help.
Oh.
I could make the repairs for you for a fee, but
I think I'll take care of them. But thank you, though. I really appreciate it.
of course. And you're sure you're not here to buy anything? How did you come across this stone, by the way? Void crystal's very temperamental.
Well, I just kind of bag of many things.
I don't know what that is, but you're very lucky.
Found it in a bag.
It's pretty lucky to be.
Thank you. I'm a lucky boy. So my mom says.
Well, is that all?
Actually, do you sell any rings?
Of
Cheap
course.
rings, mind you. I don't have a lot of money.
So I'm assuming not fitted with anything. No, just a band.
Just a band would be lovely.
Any specific material you're looking for?
No, I don't. Metal.
She pulls out a sheet, and there's a few different they look maybe they're either coated in different metals, something like a silver, a brass, a gold kind of thing. She says, any of these, you take your pick, it'd be 5 gold total for the ring.
That one. And he just points at none of them in particular.
She gives you a silver one.
5 gold pieces.
5 gold pieces
there you
for
go.
a very well created silver band.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything for the rest of your friends? They're just kind of waiting outside, I see.
Oh, they didn't leave.
Fayley heard the word ring and kind of inched in. Do you have any amethyst rings?
Yes, we do. Looking specifically for a ring or maybe some earrings, necklace, anything like that?
Anything you've got. What do you have?
You can see she kind of scoots down, she's got a slow little waddle to her as she moves towards a section of the cabinet, and you can see everything in that row she's standing in is amethyst, and there's a necklace that there's several of them kind of creating this crescent moon shape around the neck. There's some that are just simple chain with a stone on it. There's earrings. There's a tiara with a simple gemstone in the center of it. Kind of whatever you're thinking, she probably has something close to it.
Okay, so she's probably going to look for a necklace because she wears one with the thing already on it, but something that would sit above that a little bit, and a ring.
And both with amethyst in it.
Yes.
She basically takes both out. Both gemstones are probably about the same size, unless you're looking for like one to be bigger or not. But the base level that she kind of presents is 100 each of the each.
Bailey takes out 200 gold and just passes it on over.
Would you like these to be packaged, or are you wearing them out?
I'll wear them out. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your business. And she passes them over.
Thanks for your help, ma'am.
Of course. Doesn't. No thank yous or anything. Just.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I'm set.
Coil kind of looks down to Trilby.
You figured out what was wrong with Scrubbins?
Yeah, so these two gears here. Funny thing is, I don't even need these gears. I just thought it looked neat to have them spinning here. But those seem to be grinding up some of the crystal. So that must be building up over time. And maybe I think they might be spinning faster when I make Scrubbins do things, and that's why when he gets excited, then he poops. So
So he doesn't actually poop.
well, I mean, he was pooping green void crystals, so he doesn't eat.
Weirdly looking really relieved.
He
at the
wasn't.
fact that like this mystery's been solved. About like, oh thank God, the world isn't crazy. It just wasn't poop.
I still have to fix it though, so he might still need to.
Don't say it.
Can I roll for Scrubbins to poop right now?
Sure.
Oh,
Give me a
God.
d20.
Alright.
Higher than 10 he poops.
3.
No, he's nice and
Thank God.
He hasn't had to
Yeah.
do anything today, so not a lot of poop.
he's tapped. he's tapped to poop. What do you guys want to do? somehow every time the conversation comes back to poop and I don't know what to do.
I'm trying to fix it. I'm sorry.
Trying to fix it by bringing attention to it.
Working through the night, Trilby made Scrubbins poop twice as much. I mean, I do want to go to the Champions Hall as well, but I don't want to just steal the show. If you guys have stuff you want to do,
I am done with the one thing that I wanted to do.
Coil
You
does
saying you want to
this
go do
pawn
that?
shop.
Yeah, what's up? Coil wanted to do something?
Go to this pawn shop.
Pawn shop.
oh right, yes. Let's find your pawn shop, Coil.
All right. Probably should have asked at the Fantasy Costco, huh?
I think
We can go
like
back.
there's enough people on the streets, you just kind of like pull someone aside, and
Oh, yeah.
even after like a few people, if they don't know, someone eventually points you. It's this little top shop up here. Also, this one's the Forge and Forestry.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Neat.
So yeah, you head up to the north. It is a small, like ramshackle, kind of like, for some reason I imagine it like the exterior almost looking like the Futurama like building, like it's got like a
Oh,
weird
yeah.
like center part that none of it's actually, or like a dome at the top of it that's totally like run down and not used and just full of clutter. You walk in, the shelves are overflowing with scrap metal, old equipment, just some random large gears that are like too big to go anything. You see parts from other constructs and golems that are just not in use or broken down. Behind the like main desk, there's like no one in here compared to the rest of the places. If someone does walk in, it's the equivalent of like, oh, unique looking store, I don't like it, and they leave, like that kind of vibe. You see an old dwarven man pop up. He's got these massive like the like Coke bottle glasses, you say. Like when he looks at you, you just see his pupils, like they're giant coming through the glasses. He's got a thick black beard that's like all singed and just kind of like pointing out in every direction. and he's just kind of like feverishly moving stuff on his desk. You can constantly hear things like falling and clinking when he like moves, like he's accidentally knocking stuff down that he's not intending. And you just hear from the back, hey, Mo, do you have any more of those the little like thin strip of silver or anything? It's like the small connective. And he goes, yeah, I got some. Just give me a minute. And you see he's like shuffling, like trying to get through the clutter that's gathered at his feet. And he looks up and sees your group and he goes, we got customers. Hello, welcome to my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
Hi. I'm actually looking for an Esteban Longfeather.
Oh, it's for you. you hear like a little bit of movement, and you see Esteban Longfeather. You can immediately recognize him, like some of the facial features of Marm kind of come through. And he's wearing a lot simpler clothing. He looks more like your group, like he's outfitted in like leather armor. He's got like a pack that's kind of on his back that's currently like just full of clinking stuff. And you can see walking behind him, shorter than him, maybe only like 1.5 feet tall, is this little like, it's like a toaster with legs, and like it's got two little tiny little eyes that kind of like blink. It's Clank from Ratchet and Clank. Like that's the best way I can put it. Is and it's walking up behind him. It kind of is just like expressionless, but just kind of like follows behind him, not carrying or anything, just kind of like getting close, like staying in his shadow. And Esteban looks up and he goes, "Hey, welcome. You were asking for me, I believe."
Yeah. I ran into your brother, Marm.
Yeah, Marm. And he's already started like circling you, Coil. Like he's not really caring what you're saying. He's kind of just taking in. He goes, yeah, what did Marm say? Yeah.
He mentioned you knew a lot about my model, I guess.
Yeah. He pulls up his sleeves. As he does on one arm, you can see his right arm is totally like a metal prosthetic, and it's got basically the kind of like a similar kind of hand as Cog walking behind him that is responding to his, like, it looks like his normal dexterity. And he goes, yeah, I'm quite familiar. You're definitely a Vodia of design. Do you come from Rella?
That's what I don't know.
Okay. Well, you're definitely noble. Oh, yeah, you have fingers. That's always like a telltale sign of your models, is like the more capable they were outside of just battle. That was usually like the richer, higher class. But man, you're like good shape. He's like, he's looking at you like a piece of meat. Like it is not respectful at all. Like.
Goodness.
He goes, yeah, well, I'm a bit of an adventurer myself, and I tend to go down into Rel all the time looking for kind of similar models to you, because I've been, I mean, like, you're pretty rare, and even in my own, my partner's shop, is incredible. You say you don't remember anything where you came from, nothing like that?
He shakes his head.
Any like any weird encounters you get? Any like do you remember like people from your old life or anything? Or he's just kind of like rambling off different ideas, and none of them are really jumping out at you of like making any sense. He's just trying to piece together like how you're here. Well, I mean, I've only in town for like a few days, and I was probably gonna go catch a train to Ricefall and make my way out to the ruins, but you're more than welcome to join me if that's what you're looking for. It's probably the best place for you to get information about where you're from.
Well, we might have, I suppose, a job to do. We don't really know until tomorrow. But I suppose if it's...
I also
Keep in mind.
I don't mean this to be rude. You don't have a like a master or anyone you're attuned to, right, or anything like that?
I have a key.
You have a key? May I see it?
He looks to Bailey.
She takes it out of her bag and hands it over.
And he's holding it in his hand, and you can see it's this like thin like cylinder that fits that looks like it fits into the kind of like jaw mechanism near Coil's mouth. He's kind of turning it over his hand and goes, yeah, these symbols I don't know, but it's clearly like the design is still clearly Vodea, but like none of the like noble families or any of the stuff that I've kind of seen deep in the city, like maybe it's just like, you know, some private owned kind of thing. But I think the fact that you're like, you seem fully sentient and independent, correct?
He nods.
See, that's incredible. I've never met another Vodea model like you that's had that.
He seems very thoughtful, but not really sure what to say.
Yeah, he's probably more like confused and just kind of thinking himself than trying to be polite. I mean, I can I like copy down this symbol perhaps? Maybe next time I'm there I can see if it comes up or anything like that.
Sure.
He pulls out like a small little like notepad, flips a few pages, and just feverishly scrawls what the key looks like before he hands it back over to either you or Bailey, whoever reaches their hand out. Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. I knew, like, obviously we don't know exactly what the people of Vodea are doing or like where they went or anything like that, but the small little bits they've kind of left behind have let us, you know, learn what we can from their civilization. So it's really hard to know something just from a symbol, especially one I've never seen down there.
I suppose at some point I would like to pick your brain about the civilization in general, but I don't want to keep everybody.
Oh yeah, I'm only here for a bit. I don't really need to be working. I'm just crashing here with my bud. But yeah, if at any point you want to come pester me, I'm more than happy to do that and make time for you. And you just hear Mob like, "You promised me you would help me," and he's like, "Anytime at all. No, I have no commitments right now. Happy to make time. But if not, hey, I come in and out of this city every few months. Or hey, visit Ricefall, and there's you can usually talk to a few people. Say Esteban sent you. They'll know me. It might not be like a good thing, but they know me."
Got it.
So was it just that, or is there something you guys are here for?
Well, what else do you guys do?
Well, I kind of just try to make stuff not chaos, and then I sell him my stuff. And Mob says, well, I'm a pawn shop, so I buy off any, you know, useless artifacts, parts from, you know, constructs and stuff like that. Even scrap metal and stuff, I'll usually take that kind of stuff. Or if you're looking for parts, we probably got them. Might take me a bit to find them, but we got them.
Got anything interesting?
Well, I think you might like this. And he digs through a bit, and he pulls out a piece of this helm, and it looks like half of your head, Coil. It's kind of like split, like just a chunk of the like helmet of this construct came off. So it's like just from like the base of your eye to like the ear, and like that's all it is, and it's intact. And he goes, found that spelunking in you were out in Ricefall, Sarah Ruins, yeah? And he goes, yeah. That's like the biggest I've ever interacted with of your model. I've seen a few, but they're usually like owned by collectors and stuff like that.
Does it do anything in particular?
Well, not like this. It doesn't have a core or anything. I think it's just armor, but I guess, hey, if you ever break a piece of you, we could use the metal from this, because it's a little higher quality than some of the stuff we're used to working with.
No, that is true. How much for it?
He bends over and like whispers. And Esteban's like, if you, I'll tell you what, if you let me pester your ear sometime before I leave town, I'll give it to you for free.
It's a deal.
All right, you heard it. And he's just like, okay, here you go. And he hands it over. He looks very disappointed that he's letting this artifact go. Anything I can do for the lot of you?
There is one more thing. I don't suppose you know how to open me up, do you? You gotta extend it.
He extends an arm. Like his gauntlet.
I feel like I saw something climb inside. Maybe a week ago at this point.
I mean, I could take a look at it. I do like very minor adjustments. I don't want to pry too much. I don't really know how it works. Like I've tinkered with my little buddy Cog here, but I don't think he can feel things. And Cog just stares.
Cog
but
looks at Cog and
I mean, I'll be very careful and everything like that, but I've never done it with one with a consciousness, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Well, if you could attempt, well, I suppose I could tell you if it starts to hurt.
Of course. I could, yeah. If you come by at any time, or if you're free right now, I could do it. It might take a few hours, just because I don't want to mess it up.
I'll come back tomorrow.
Excellent. I'll be here.
he nods.
You can see as he looks over and sees Mob kind of dejected. He pulls out like a few coins and goes, for the piece. I know I already sold it to you, but it felt wrong not letting them have it. He goes, thanks.
Aww. Coil looks back to the rest.
I should be done here then. Unless you guys want anything.
Droby waves at Cog.
Cog stares. Do you like him? And he just looks at you, Trilby, like pointing to Cog.
Hello.
Say hello, Cog. Hello.
He speaks.
It's all he's got right now, but eventually there'll be more.
I have nothing. That's amazing.
All right, yeah, Coil is done here. He will kind of.
All right, yeah. Where? Yeah, Esteban is like, oh, hey, come back anytime.
Goodbye.
And they wave.
How late in the day is it now?
It's like 4. Like, it has not been that much time. Okay.
Sorry. Every time.
Every time.
I mean, I am gonna propose checking out. You guys want to maybe check out the Champions Hall at some point? If anyone wants to do any more shopping, though, we should do it now.
I don't
Go.
got any more shopping to do.
I'm good.
I
All
want
right.
to go to the Champions Hall.
You guys start walking towards the Champions Hall. Let's get
Do
some
it.
new like
Ooh.
just a nice little atmospheric. All right, you make your way over to Champions Hall as you remembered as you passed it when you first entered town. There's a small group of tourists also gathered there. You can see the same figure that was gesturing to the crowd when you first got here. It looks like they've gathered up a new crowd of people. And you can see kind of like a small little plaque above it that basically says tours of the Champions Hall for 2 silver pieces, and it happens once an hour. At the top of the hour.
Can we?
I don't see why not.
Do any of you guys have any silver? I still only have -1 silver.
Negative.
Gilnek will pay entry fee.
What?
And just do the math.
Movie. A gold and 2 silvers, or 12 for the whole group. There is a human woman who is holding a little clipboard, gathering this crowd, and she looks and goes, "Oh, are you all going to join us for the tour?"
Yes, please.
Excellent. Well, we're just about to get started. If everyone is ready, please no refreshments or anything inside the Champions Hall. And please no touching unless it is directly permitted. And there's like a few kids, and they're like just yay, like they start clapping.
Trilby joins them in clapping.
All right. And you walk in following this woman. She introduces herself. She's like, "My name is Kyra Heinsworth, and welcome to the Champions Hall tour. On your left, you'll see," and just describing what you see here. The mansion is massive. The outer walls that surround it are about 15 feet tall, made of like a stone marble combination that like the pillars of it are like this polished marble and then like fine stone brickwork between it. A large section of the wall seems cut out, which is where you walk in. There is a grandiose water fountain of a silver star that catches the light as water trickles down both sides. The path continues up to a large front entrance of the mansion. A hedge garden decorates the side of the path, showing more greenery than usually the rest of the city, but again, it's all like within private-owned gates. A few treetops can be seen over the mansion walls that are just like kind of littered in the area, so it still feels like the normal decor you would see through the rest of the realm. A few gardeners are currently at work, just like kind of finishing up their daily duties of trimming and maintaining the lawn. And they kind of like pass you as you walk in. As you open the front doors, this whole time, imagine Kyra is like presenting every little detail, but nothing like important yet. Just kind of like, and the building was built 58 years ago, and like, as you walk in, the mansion's stunning. There's these 2 large staircases that wrap up from both sides of the room, curving to meet at the center of this 2-story loft. Framed wood paneling along each wall has a collection of old artifacts, trinkets, and trophies that litter the foyer. In the center of the room, there is, at the base of the 2 staircases, there's this bronze metal circle jutting out of the floor, like a small little dais. And a fist-sized white orb floats about a foot off of the floor. It shines a light that like kind of catches your eye every now and then as it slowly rotates, and you can see this projection shooting out of it that looks to be the entirety of Lithia. You can see the shape and outline of all of Orlon and Tide Navera and Dejoria, and maybe a few little lands that you are unaware of or only knew from history books and stuff like that. there is a single red dot that you can see in the center of this massive crater in Orlon, which is Northcliff. And she says, this beacon map is what the champions used to maintain contact when they were traveling throughout the realm. This little glowing red dot you see here is Northcliff, and when they were active, they could see each other from anywhere else in the entire planet. And the kid's like, wow, oh my god. So there's more clapping, lots of clapping. As you pass by some of the artifacts and pieces of art and trinkets, you can see they're replicas, and some of them are not that well made. There's like several dragon scales that like are like kind of paper mache when you get closer in inspection. Here we see the scales of 5 dragons who assaulted the surface world nearly 50 years ago. And while many of these evil dragons were wiped off Alithia, we still have to deal with their kin that continue to torment the world today. But luckily for us, they learned a lesson back then to keep clear of the Empire. Isn't that right? And the kid's like, yeah!
Yeah!
Gelnek Trophy enthusiastically joining in.
Gelnek's gonna raise his hand.
Oh, yes, question.
Dragons. What is history with dragons and why were they fighting?
Well, I believe there was a bit of a power struggle. Well, you see, the champions defeated this very evil creature called a lich, and all the kids are like, once it was destroyed, there was a bit of a power vacuum, and these dragons, they actually were fighting for power, and it kind of bled into the realms of man. There was a bit of several casualties in wartime happening throughout Brightcoin, especially. And she kind of just goes on of like small little like details of basically this struggle between dragonkind that bled into like human cities, and then it escalated where they declared war against these dragons. And then the champions were basically commissioned by the council to go after and hunt them down. But she says that in like a cheerful Disney voice.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for giving us the Cliff's Notes.
Yeah. Walking around, you see other little artifacts. You see like this mummified stalk of a beholder with an eye still on it, and like a staff that it kind of looks a lot like the Defiler staff, but just like carved out of wood. You see a massive skull of some kind of creature that's like hanging in one of the display cases. And she gives like little notes about each one. She's like, oh, this was a type of troll that the champions faced together. And the short time that they were around, they made a lot of this realm safe for all the people. And there's clapping and stuff.
It sure did.
She shows the few rooms in the bottom floor where basically there's like, you know, a kitchen, a small training hall, and even a small little like dungeon, prison cell basically. And then she leads you upstairs where there are 12 rooms, and each door is very unique and different from the rest. Like one's a simple heavy oak wood with iron latches. Another's finely carved out of redwood with filigree all along the carving. The top of it has like a sheet of frosted glass that obscures what's inside, but like the flicker of firelight kind of dances behind it. Another one looks to be like solid gold and covered in runes that are no longer active, and colored gemstones kind of decorate the outline of it. All of them are different like this, and she basically says, each of these was the champions' rooms when they were here in Northcliff, and each one was tailored to best accommodate what the champions were used to at home, or whatever made them comfortable. And everyone's like, oh wow, yeah. Unfortunately, the magics that were in place here, and she opens one of them up, and it's just like a closet. Like it's a 4x4 empty room. There's nothing in there. And she says the magics that were in place here that allowed their own small little pocket space no longer are in place, and they simply serve as a reminder of the majestic hall that once was. Everyone claps. And after a bit, she takes you back down to the foyer, and she pulls this sheet, or like a clothesline, and you can see this curtain that's been hanging like behind the wall where the the floating sphere of the planet was, it reveals a big painting, and you can see 12 figures are all on display there. And she goes, these are the champions. And you can see there's little nameplates with all the information, and just kind of going from left to right of what you see here. And she's probably saying some of this out loud. She says, here we have Arthur Oathbringer, and she points, and there's a human form, and he's wearing a plate of armor, a kind of familiar form to the one you saw in the streets, Hobson of Philgrove.
Yeah, I think Vols is in the middle of like politely trying to hide a yawn when that name comes up, and he immediately sort of snaps to attention and is focused on like just sort of transfixed looking at these faces.
She goes through and just because there's a lot of names I'm about to drop to you guys, I'll just kind of quickly go through them. Next to him is Eldwin Flyleaf, an elven male wearing like a thin, well-fitted leathers. He's got like 2 little daggers at his side. Next to him, another familiar figure, Adocus Thandar. Much shorter than the 2 in comparison, but wider just in his stocky build. Next is a blue dragonborn wearing robes. Her name is Biri Noriox. Next to her, a female elf, Leah Ciano. She's got a bow on her back, a quiver at her side, and she kind of just has like hands crossed, doesn't look excited to be there. And it's like this painting that's supposed to be like beautiful and majestic, and she's just bored. A Goliath is next to her wearing furs, Volan Ashblade. Next to her is another male human. He's wearing the symbol of Ophina on his tabard that he has at his side, and a large morning star that's kind of just placed against the ground. That is Luth Helder. Next to him, a small male gnome holding a lute named Reed Brushgather. Next to him, a dwarf wearing a heavy set of armor and a like the typical kind of Viking helmet, but both the horns are like cut off, so it's kind of just like short and stout, perfect for a dwarf. Orsic Frostbeard is his name. Next to him, Gregor Timbers, a male human wearing simple robes, hands behind his back. He looks very confident in himself. Next to him, a female tiefling, Chandri Fezum is her name. She has a staff with this like glowing green like orb at the top of it, and both her hands are just kind of like gently grasping it. And next is this figure who he has long ears, a thick pulled back blonde hair that's just kind of like falling down past like the small of their back. And the title says V. At that time, Hobson falls unconscious.
Oh.
It hits the floor?
Yes. So here's what I would like to do, Dan.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a little thing here. This has not been planned ahead of time. And I just kind of want to see what happens here. So let's do like let's change it up. Let's do like a nice just simple. So Vols, you walk into this mansion. You're surrounded by your companions. There's about 10 or so other figures walking around you. And you're led into this massive mansion. As the doors are open, you can see this brand new created space for a lot of you as you prepare yourselves for the arduous task of protecting the realm. You feel a hand on your shoulder and you look over, and it's your friend Arthur, and he says, Vols, is everything okay?
Everything is great. I'm a little nervous, actually.
Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. I know everyone was a little skeptical about having you here, but I'll vouch for you. I know what you can do. We did a lot back together, so chin up. And he just gives you a hard pat on the back and starts walking over, and you can see him conversing with a few people. And you're just in this space that you were just described, but everything is brand new. There's no artifacts on display. There's no painting. There is the jewel or the faint orb that's floating with a projection of the world, but no red dot on Northcliff or anything like that. You can see Adokus, a younger version of Adokus, walking upstairs, describing the doors to the rest of the group as he's presenting. He's like, we each have our own space. I think we can do anything we want with it. I think it's like a small pocket realm is supposed to be. Just they really went above and beyond with this place, and everyone's like, yeah, right, tell me about it. And is there anything you would like to do in this space?
I think Vol's is pretty much the whole group. Like, has everyone kind of like gone upstairs, looking up at the doors, or are people just sort of scattered around?
People are kind of scattered. Like you see, Reed like immediately darts for like kitchen area. You can see he just like books it there, no paying attention to anything else. A few people are still downstairs talking. You do get the impression, just like general social clues of like, you feel like you're the odd one out outside of Arthur talking to you. But you've clearly been invited to join the champions, so they are aware of your capabilities, but maybe they're just not as familiar with you as the rest.
Where did Arthur go? Like, I feel like if you're at a party and you came with a friend who is the only person you know, you follow him.
I think he's probably like towards the base looking at that projection, and he's standing next to another male human who you're just introduced to as the Luth. They're both kind of wearing like similar suits of armor kind of thing, though Luth has that big symbol of Ophina on him, and they're just kind of chit-chatting, but they're only standing a few feet away if you'd like to join them.
Sure, yeah. I think he sidles up kind of on the Arthur side of that duo, just standing there trying to... feeling awkward and not wanting to interrupt or become the center of attention on just yet. I think he feels a little dwarfed by this, by just the importance of the space and the people in it.
Yeah. You can, as you walk up, you talk to them, and it goes, yeah, so I guess once the Empire was set, they thought of the, like a super team or whatever, a champions of virtue, I think is what they're referring to us as. And he looks over and goes, oh, hey, V, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited to be here. How are you?
I'm excited. I don't really know you that well. Arthur's kind of explained a bit of your capabilities. You came from the Fae, is what I'm told.
Guilty. Yes, I came from the Fae. I think it just in his I think he just feels like really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like
I think that's fitting very much.
Yeah, just really uncomfortable. And I'm actually curious. In this moment, is Volse basically like is this the Volse that was there, or the V who was there at the time, who was who is there and knows everything about what he's seeing, or is this like this are we sort of like experiencing this on like oh wow, this is almost like a memory, I don't know my place here, what was happening? This
vision feels like it is just a memory you're reliving at the moment of like this was when you were inducted into the champions and first invited into the hall. And one thing you do know. Oh, yeah. Sorry. One thing you do know as you're kind of standing here and just kind of awkwardly futzing around, you're wearing a familiar gauntlet, but you have one on each arm.
Oh.
You can see they both have a red jewel kind of stationed in the center of them. Your typical comfort gear that you've come acquainted with over your travels. Arthur kind of pulls you aside as Luth turns his attention back to the crystal, and he goes, listen, I know you weren't interested in having, it's not your place, but I really think you could do good here. And if you want, we can keep a lid on where you're from and everything like that. We don't have to let anyone know about it. You know, you can be just a background figure if you want.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you trying to make me more comfortable. Is there what do new folks here? So hang on. So sort of out of character. Is this a thing where like everyone is new? Everyone's kind of been all gathered together just for the first time, or are the champions like an established thing that Valse or V has just been initiated into?
I think you would know this is the first time you're all being gathered in a casual capacity. There was probably a meeting you had with an important person that probably you didn't really care about, named Leofric Rosark, who you and Hobson would know is the emperor of the entire city or land of Orlan.
Okay. Wow.
Where basically when the empire was created, they basically made this super team that responded to threats of the realm and Orlan, basically anything that had to interfere with the empire mostly, as kind of a political stunt. A lot of people weren't happy with the empire uniting a lot of the lands, and there was conflict there, but they were kind of used you as a front of like, look at how good we are and look at all the good we can accomplish together kind of thing. And while you didn't necessarily care about it, or you maybe did, but it was definitely your buddy Arthur who kind of dragged you into this. You proved your capabilities probably with, there was probably like a training or initiation. So everyone's like aware of you, but I don't think anyone here besides Arthur really knows or is comfortable around you with the nature of who you are. It's definitely one of those, like, it feels like the first day of school.
Yeah. I think Valse is finding Arthur's confidence in Valse is the thing that's making him feel comfortable enough to be here. And I think that Arthur's vote of confidence in him makes him feel like, just gives him a confidence he would not normally have. And
right.
Is meaning the world to him at this moment. I think he tries to ride that. I think he tries to ride that high to get up kind of enough guts to try to find someone who to find somebody else who he feels like he can initiate a conversation with and try to act natural. Try to start doing something to build more of a connection to some other folks here.
I think the scene...
he doesn't want to be hanging onto the hem of Arthur's gown for the entire party, making Arthur feel uncomfortable. Yeah.
I think that probably like a bit of time plays out in this space we're in of like you going in and talking, and everyone's a little awkward, but you all know like what you did to get here, so there's that kind of like acceptance, like, okay, you deserve a spot here, even if I maybe don't like you, like, or understand you. There's that kind of like those niceties in place. And I think a little bit of time you talk to a few people, and Arthur kind of comes back around, just kind of like as you exit like one circle group to go talk to the next, and he goes up and he goes, I see you're fitting in. They'll warm up to you, I promise.
I'm sure they will. This will be great. This will be good. Thank you for convincing me to come here.
Listen, I just put the bug in your ear. It was you who always said you wanted to be a hero, right? And I think with that, the rest of you are standing in the hall of the champions, and you just hear a thud as you look over, and Hobson is just face down on the ground. And I think it's just a brief moment for you, Hobson, before you like maybe a few seconds before you snap back to consciousness. But Hobson drops and
Small boy.
Yeah.
Small man, rather.
Hobson?
Hobson, you okay?
Whoa. Oh,
Hobson?
God. Sorry. What am I wearing?
Your
Something
clothes?
extremely fashionable.
I think
Remember,
Hobson like has enough
Mr.
of a like has
First
a few seconds of like complete puzzlement on his face, and then sort of just a face just expression flattening of like, oh, of course, and just tries to start playing it off and rolling with it like, oh, I'm sorry, I guess I more tired than I thought. What did I miss? Sorry, like I think he suddenly realizes, oh, it's not just my immediate friends. I'm in a place and everyone's staring, and this is something that's apparently we're in some place important. If I fake it long enough, I'll figure it out. So my mistake. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go get. Maybe I need some water.
yeah, I think the lady is like, do you need any water or anything? I can go get you something real quick. We have some stuff stocked in the back. And she kind of just hurries off before you respond, and you're all just standing there with like a few kids and maybe their parents and stuff, kind of standing around. Everyone's like making sure you're okay.
Yeah. Question is that. Do you think that like that whole thing that just played out, is that something that you feel like both Volsa and Hobson have seen?
I think yes.
Okay.
I think you're both now aware of it. Maybe Hobson's definitely aware of it. You're not sure if Vols is.
Interesting. Then yeah, I think Hobson is a little bit in his own head for a lot of the for the next little while, kind of sipping out water and trying to think and trying to lock in as many, like as clear of it memory of that dream vision thing as he can before any of the details get away from him.
Okay. And I think after like a few minutes, everyone checks on you, make sure you're okay. You get some water and stuff, and the tour ends. They let you kind of sit in the hall. You're joined by Kyra still, as the rest of the families and kids have made their way out. And as you sit there, I think that's a good spot to do a quick little BRB. Let everyone go use bathroom, refill drinks and whatnot.
Process what just happened.
Yeah, no, what are you talking about?
Yeah, above board, Vaults was part of the champions group.
Fucking what?
This was part of the champion.
What? I thought he was gonna be
God.
just some kind of like low-ranking demon or like someone who never like. Interesting.
This is super cool.
I'm very excited.
I'm fascinated. I'm gonna come clean. I don't know any more than any of the rest of you.
Just how I want it. I
I'm
was
excited.
almost gonna pull you aside before. I was like, okay, hey, I want to do a thing, but I'm like, yeah.
No, man, that
I think
ruled.
it's,
That was
I think
great.
it's funnier.
That was
It's
great.
like you're just as clueless as Hobson now.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll take a quick little BRB. We'll say 8:35. So like we'll just take a few minutes here and come back.
All right.
Minute.
All right.
All right, see you guys soon.
Oh, wee.
Hey, chat. How's it going? Good thing that's the only thing major that's going to happen this episode, right? You have a question? I would love to hear your question, Ed. That's not a question. I was genuinely expecting a question. Get fucked. Damn, you got me. Played me like a fiddle. Thank you, Ed. Thank you. That's so sweet. Y'all are great. I appreciate y'all. I'm having such a good time. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Dan.
Hello.
Hey, Dan, real quick.
Mhm.
Can we get all those names in the Discord just so we have
Absolutely.
correct spelling and such?
Oh, I
Thank
wonder how many I
you.
spelled right.
Yeah, let's. This is the test.
Okay, hang on. I am just going to open a tab and copy and paste because that's going to be way easier. I had to change my setup a little bit because I wanted to make sure I had like enough space for the screen capture for the map and the thing now. So I'm like, all my notes are on my little Chromebook. I'm like, oh, hang on.
It's a good way of doing it.
Also, you can totally just ask Saren if you did the thing, Nicole.
What?
Because I don't remember.
What? Did what?
I'll message you.
You can say it. Oh, you're eating. Okay. Oh, shit. Just you can always ask each other questions about whatever. It's no issue.
How much do you guys like Trilby on a scale of 1 to 10?
10.
15.
Oh yeah.
It's not on the Stack Overflow error.
Yeah.
Hang on, I can
Awful
figure that out.
scales.
Just give me. Just
It rolled
give me
over to
one.
negative 2,500,000.
Well, that just means
9 apparently.
that it is immeasurable.
You just roll for it, Cam.
Maybe.
How does Trilby feel about himself? Wow.
Oh,
Ah,
That's some
confidence is not his
underself-confidence.
issue.
How does Faley feel about Trilby? Sorry, bud.
Honestly, I'm shocked it's that high.
I think she's actually grown rather fond of Trilby.
Ooh. What
Yeah,
is that,
she
like
did-
a 1 or 2? We moved
did-
up.
It's a one. It's a 1d10 plus 2 now.
She did speak in his defense when Gelnek accused him of about to steal his position. So
That's true. Because she knows that Trilby has no
None
qualifications.
thoughts.
And none thoughts.
she may roll her eyes and sigh, but she knows that he's a good bean in deep
He's
inside.
a good bean.
A good bean who got a jelly bean from a wizard, so he's having a good day.
God.
Did he eat the jelly bean?
Did Trilby eat the jelly bean? Instantly.
Yeah.
He
There you go.
inhaled that bean.
Inhaled.
The wizard put it in his palm, done, gone. Didn't even chew it.
Oh god.
And maybe he chewed it a little bit.
Those things
You
don't
had a
have any
scone?
flavor unless you.
What
yeah,
kind
I had
of
a scone. It was a white chocolate chip cinnamon scone.
Yo.
Holy shit.
Ooh, that
Sounds
sounds.
so
yeah,
good.
it's super fucked.
Yeah, Saren, that's a good point. If you don't chew a jelly bean, you don't get any flavors.
None.
it's
It's like cold
like-
chocolate. That's what you're
like
saying.
it's like swallowing a pill at that point.
Yeah.
Yum! Another, please. It's like you didn't have any of it.
Faley
damn
was
it.
too upset by what was happening to be upset about the jelly beans.
Listen, Horace is just a little kid at heart.
I love that.
I like horse.
Me too.
I was
I-
so confident that Eldwin had a Y in it. God damn it.
Yeah,
Oh, you
I
must
definitely
really
probably missaid some of those because I was nervous, but
No. You said it correctly because it's got an I. I was just like, that sounds like the kind of name that has a Y instead of an I.
ELDWYNNE.
yeah, exactly.
The fantasy.
God, I fucked up all of these.
Tell you what, I actually didn't do too bad.
There you go. I'll do it for chat.
Actually, I'm pretty sure I got most of these correct.
Orsic is with a K? Oh my, you kidding me?
Yeah. Get fucked.
With a K.
Okay.
Dan said absolutely not.
Someone nearby my apartment just opened a bottle of Red Hot.
Nice.
Frank's Red Hot.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm all back and ready. If everyone is, we're all
Yeah.
good and set.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm good.
I want to go back to this Mario Galaxy
I'm
music.
set.
I definitely don't want to like commandeer the rest of the session, but I do definitely want to like suggest that once Hobson's had like enough like time and water to get his head on half straight, and he realizes, oh my god, I'm in a museum about the person I'm trying to learn about. He tries to absorb as much information as he possibly can, just like studying the portrait, trying to see like, all right, which room was his, trying to just like get as much useful information as he can. He is probably annoying Kyra, is that her name?
Mm-hmm.
And her and any other staff of this place who would like, this tour is probably supposed to be over 15 minutes ago. They're supposed to be on break now.
Yeah,
I think
the tour's definitely ended, and you're all just kind of like standing in the space of like everyone's made sure you're okay, and like that excitement of that has passed. So you're just kind of like pestering now. Is there anything you want to directly ask her about?
Like, hey, where could I, if I want to learn more about the champions in general, and that one in specific, and he points at the blonde at V, where could I do that? Does the library have stuff on them? Or do you guys have like a brochure? Is there a book I could buy?
Well, I mean, I could answer maybe basic questions about maybe their endeavors, but the library would probably have a more detailed scripture of their doings. I'm sure there's probably been studies on where they all came from and maybe ties before they joined and after they joined, like what they got up to. I guess would be the best bet. There's also one of the champions, Adokus, actually lives within the city. He has a dojo towards the north side of town that I believe you could probably
Oh my
pester
god,
him.
you're right.
I am
think-
just here for like the rest of the session, Hobson, just like brain exploding every 5 seconds.
And Hobson starts running out of the Hall of Champions at that point, just like heading out. It's like just sort of like, thank you.
Of course. Is he okay? Like she's just saying to the rest of you all.
Who is nowadays?
That's a good. You're wise.
It's alright,
you.
he'll be back soon when he realizes he has no idea where it is.
Well,
You don't want to go after him?
No, it's cool. I'll just go to the library and look up the letter V.
Yeah. He'll
I'll be
back.
a while, is what I'm saying.
well, if you all don't have anything else, I do need to prepare for the next tour. Unless you have any remaining questions, I can see you all out.
No, this is very enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you
I
so
had
much
so
for
much
joining
fun.
us. Of course.
I learned so much about the champions. I thought I knew everything already, but I didn't. There's so much to know about them.
So they did so much in such short time.
I was such a big fan of them when I was younger. My mom made me a bedspread of all the champions.
Oh, that's adorable.
I thought it was cool.
Oh,
adorable.
it's very cool. She's like
Yeah.
looking to the rest of the group. Very cool.
Thank you.
Coil is maybe gonna go and see if he can track down Hobson, or at least figure out where he went.
Yeah, we should probably follow after him.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for joining the tour, and tell your friends.
Hobson is literally right outside the building at the first street sign you see, because Hobson has not been in control for any of this walking around town and doesn't know where he is.
Hobson, I had no idea you were such a big fan of the Champions of Virtue.
What? Yeah, no, I didn't either. I didn't know that either. Where are we?
Hobson, did the thing happen again?
I think, yes. Yeah, the thing happened again. Sorry, it must have been the fall.
Oh, we're in Northcliff.
Cool.
That's
Good-
the
start.
tower where they took our blood.
Right?
And over
No.
there is you can't see it from here, but that's the inn where we're staying with the crab man.
Hobson like stared for a couple of seconds at the blood thing and it was like, then it was just sort of in his head, it was sort of like, right, blood thing. Okay.
Oh,
and
God,
he's
I
catching
just-
up.
I just love like that's where they took the blood. Yep, right. Wait, what?
Blood? Whose blood? My blood?
A short explanation scene later, so Hobson can get cut off and y'all don't have to repeat it all. I think Hobson is very eager to. He's torn between finding the nearest library and going and finding Adokus, and is just kind of overwhelmed and doesn't know what to do, but is good for sticking with the group at this point while he
Well,
tries
why
to sort it out.
Why don't we go talk to Adokus? I feel like that'll be better
That's-
than a library.
That's a great idea. Books don't talk. Or answer questions directly.
Some magical books talk.
Oh my god, you're right. It's been a really eye-opening day for me. Let's go talk
I
to
feel you,
Adokus.
Hobson.
All right. Do we all want to head towards the cross swords?
Yeah.
All right.
Do it.
You make you're kind of just going back and forth across the city.
Yeah.
You cross through the trade district. You do probably skirt through the crystal circle, which is like the religion district. You can see this massive temple that is kind of surrounded by like a circle of similar temples, and in the center of it is this massive green void crystal that rises up maybe like 30 or so feet. There's small little like pieces of rock and other shards of crystal, and maybe even like just some dropped items from the ground, like maybe like a piece of copper and stuff. You catch your eye, just kind of faintly floating nearby it. But each of these temples, though they're like similar in design, you can see the kind of like central design at like the entrance of like a stained glass has the symbols of the different Divine Nine on them. And above each roof, there is a similar kind of like floating gem. It's just a very like, you know, those like things you put in your window, and like the prisms, and the light catches it and it does a little like rainbow everywhere. It's like that.
Yeah.
It's like that in this area. There's like a bunch of little like rainbow lights that kind of like hit the crystals just right and kind of shine down.
That's pretty.
So
Scrubbins pooped.
Scrubbins pooped. On sacred land. You pass through the trade district and then you get to Old Town, which you immediately understand why it's called that. It's just a little less of the like technological side that you've seen through the rest of the town. Some of the roads aren't as finely like flat and paved of stone. There is even like a few dirt roads you see going out towards small farmlands. There's like a small little forest you can see towards the south, as well as a large lake that you can just kind of catch the sun as it's starting to set at this point, like shining off of. But following kind of the directions Adokus gave you, you easily find this small little building. It looks like it was maybe like a tavern or an inn at some point. And as you enter it, it's let's do like that. As you enter it, it's kind of been converted into this small little like dojo. It's got seating for like a tavern, but like a lot of benches where you can see a few people kind of like sitting back and leaning. A massive sand pit kind of sits in the center of it, where you can see these two figures are currently like fist fighting, and you can see there's bets and wagers being placed, and it's kind of like a rowdy atmosphere. And behind the counter of where you can see there's being drinks and like small little like bar food kind of being served is Adokis, and he's dressed a lot more casually, looks a lot more natural, like he's comfortable in the clothes he's in now, rather than this like facade of nobility he had to have on. And he'll just kind of gives you a nod, like kind of wide-eyed surprised to see you as he continues serving.
I've just had it. What was the relationship between Vulse and Adokis like?
I think it was probably one of those you worked together and had each other's back, but you probably didn't like get along too much. It's weird because when you try to pull back from that memory and like continue thinking past and before that, it's still cloudy. It's like that kind of moment triggered that memory, being in that space. And you haven't felt that even when you met Adokis the first time, so you don't think he probably had a big impact on Vulse.
Then yeah, I think once we kind of burst in and approach, I think Hobson just sort of blurts out, like, you what's your name? Like, do you remember somebody named V?
Yeah, he was one of the champions, worked with him. Yeah. What about him?
Can you tell me everything you know about him? Or everything you remember?
Yeah, sure. Hang on a minute. And he just taps one of his friends. He goes, cover for me for a few. And he goes over and gestures you over to like a small little like side table. There's no like dining tables to eat at. It's more of just like a side table where people can like leave their drinks and converse, or like leave their drink when they go down to fight. And just imagine this whole time you hear like, like cheers, and then like someone's beating the shit out of someone else. Like, and he sets you aside. He goes, I didn't know him that well, but I worked with him my entire time I was in the Champions. Anything specific? Like,
where was he from? What did he do? Why is he a jerk?
I believe he was from the Feywild. I thought he was an elf when I first met him, but he was I think he had more of like a Fey ancestry. He I can't remember what he said, but I think he was pretty powerful over there. Definitely knew his stuff. He was very in tune with the earth and the realm. Like he could manipulate like earth, plants, animals, kind of thing. Very gifted mage.
Huh. Was it? But do you know what happened to him?
Kinda.
What does that mean?
So you can see it looks like he's kind of going through his own memories at the moment. And well, so a few years back, there was a bit of an incident across the entire world. I don't know if you heard about what happened at Shariza. It's a little island off between the continents. You can give me a history roll.
I would love to. Wow.
You've heard the name, but maybe that was just one book that you never like bothered checking out. But I think even just like with like a big event like that, you would be aware it was like less than 10 years ago, maybe right around 10 years ago. And he says, well, so this is years after the champions broke out and stuff like that. Like, something happened with Arthur, and Arthur and V were close the whole time I knew him. Like, I think Arthur was actually the one who recommended V join. There was some hesitance because he wasn't from this realm, yada yada. But something happened with Arthur, and he wasn't acting right, and then he just appeared. He just disappeared for a few years. We couldn't find him. No one knew what was happening, and the next thing we know, we find him leading a essentially small army in this fortress in the sky. It was this floating mass. It was actually, we found it was a castle that was taken from the earth way south by Westmount. And it was outfitted with this weird tech, and all the people there, they weren't right in the head. But V and I think someone else joined him. I think Orsic maybe joined him. They went out to stop or figure out what happened with Arthur, and things went south, and the whole castle crashed into the Isle of Shariza. I don't know if you know anything about Shariza, but the magic there was kind of skewed. I think I didn't realize I was going to tell this much story. When we were in service, there was a lich that had his central point of power being in Shariza. We don't know if it's because of the natural properties of the island with the corrupted magics and weird ether, but maybe he used that, or maybe because his presence was there, that's what led to it. When the castle crashed into the Isle, things kind of went haywire, and it's been a point of no return going to that Isle. But when the castle went down, we haven't heard of Orsic or V from that point. We've tried scrying, which typically didn't work. We wanted to send more people out there, but the few we did get never came back. So it was presumed dead.
And Hobson kind of like holds an arm up with the bracer he's wearing and asks sort of to show it. Says, "Do you recognize this?"
I'm gonna give him a roll. It's familiar, but I can't place it. Why?
Okay, so this might be weird. I think I might have. I think I might have, and I have no idea where V is or Vals. Do you know the name Vals? Did he ever go by Vals?
He was introduced to us as Vals. I think he started going as V just to kind of. He didn't seem to like the attention as much, so I don't know if that, or maybe it was just not a common name in the realm. I'm not sure his reasoning, but V was what he asked us to refer him as.
Well, I think he might be like piggybacking in my brain. I think he's in this.
You see like a little bit of recollection on his eyes, as he places now where he knows the gauntlet from, and he goes, "Where'd you get that?"
In the mail.
Okay.
It wasn't for me. It was okay. So like I used to I worked at like a sort of a maid school, like not as a mage. I was just like a groundskeeper, sort of like facilities guy. But like some packages, I managed packages when they come in, and there was a weird package that had just all the. It was just a bizarre package that was unlike any other one, and it didn't have any of the correct information on it. The address stuff was all wrong. Everything was misspelled. It just something seemed fishy about it. So I like kind of opened it to check before delivering it to the headmaster, and it just had this thing in it, and I was curious and an idiot, and so I tried it on, and it doesn't come off anymore. And now Vols talks to me and sometimes takes over, and I don't have a job at the school anymore. I don't think. I think we just left. I don't remember how I got. I know how I got here. I don't remember how. I don't even know how long I've been wandering, man.
I think he puts a hand on your shoulder. He's like, it'll be okay. Calm down. Where was this school?
It was down in Silverhill, is it?
Silver Hill, yeah.
Silver Hill, yeah. It was out near Silver Hill.
Well, I think I know who the package was for. Gregor, also a member of the Champions, he's retired there. He may be the Grandmaster you're speaking of.
That would make sense, yeah. Wow.
How
the hell did you spell Gregor that wrong?
I don't know how it came to you or how it came to Silverhill in the first place. Because if that gauntlet was recovered from Shariza, that means someone's been there and back. Not to mention, if what you're saying is true, that why is Vols in a gauntlet?
Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't seem to know either. He doesn't seem to know anything.
Like, what do you mean?
In kind of every way, he doesn't seem to know anything about himself. He doesn't, other than that he is important, and he also just doesn't seem to know any. He just seems kind of like an idiot half the time. I would swear, I would think that this couldn't possibly be one of the champions who is in this thing. But, I mean, all signs seem to be pointing to it.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, he was always a weird one, but he was definitely competent. I don't know what exactly happened in the castle or on Shariza, but somehow he got in that gauntlet. Maybe he lost who he was. Maybe it's only a shard of who he is. Maybe it's not even him, and thinks it's him. I have no idea. But
oh man, have you encountered anything like this before? Like, I'll be honest. I've been kind of trying to get out of this thing for a while.
Well, in terms of like weapons and gear talking to you, I've never personally, but we've had folks in the group have similar things like swords and such speak into them. It seems like a curse, which
I agree.
I mean, you could visit someone in the Temple of the Nine and probably get some restoration to cure yourself of that. I don't know if you want to, because I believe it would probably sever the connection between you and him. But if you want, I think that's an option. And hell, recovering one artifact would, hell, you might still have enough from the staff to cover the cost for that.
Maybe I should talk to him about it, or ask him anyway.
I would definitely think about that. It'll take a bit, but I can get in touch with Gregor, see if he can come visit out here, and he would know more. It was probably sent to him in the first place, so I think if you're looking for answers, that's your best bet. That'd
be great. I probably owe him an apology for just up and ghosting like my job.
I think this he'd understand.
Yeah, you're probably right. Out of curiosity, like, has Hobson like felt or heard from Volse at all since the like vision event?
I'm gonna say no,
Okay.
which is not like out of the ordinary because it's only been like an hour and change probably.
Mhm.
But I think you're aware of it.
Yeah, I think Hobson's mind is very much reeling and overloaded with information at this point, but the prospect of being able to ask somebody who might know what's going on or what to do about this is definitely something that he is very latched onto, whether that's Gregor coming and seeing about this, or whether that's talking to someone about like what lifting this curse might do or what effects that would have. Just I think he's definitely asking all the follow-up questions that he can on that front and trying to like get what information he needs to be able to pursue either or both.
I think like probably in like the next however amount of time you spend here, like Dogus kind of answers like small kind of inquiries you have that he can help with, of like, oh, like, what was he like, and kind of stuff like that. But he basically tells you he'll send word for Gregor to see how fast he can get out here in the morning, and other than that, he's happy to answer questions or invite you to relax and just enjoy the space. Like, he probably gets you a drink and stuff for free. What are the rest of you all doing while Hobson is freaking out?
Kind of fascinated by Hobson's just immediate like activation.
Yeah, they probably also just like listening and
Just
trying
like
to
already
figure out what's
already
going on with Hobson
Morenthal
as
was
well.
already Morenthal's kind of just like not really doing anything. Is still kind of thinking over the whole blood thing and angry about them wanting to take blood. So he's just like not really doing anything. But like Hobson just activates and it's just like, huh, what's going on here?
Okay.
Let's just sit back here with popcorn. Let's see how this plays out.
So yeah, what would you guys like to do? I imagine it's probably like at least an hour. Hobson's probably talking with Adokus of learning and just ranting and figuring out stuff. Unless you have like more specific things you want to ask him, he will talk your ear off.
Oh yeah, no, like he's probably asking fevered, scattered questions in no particular order, just as they come to his brain, for as long as Adokus can stand, until Adokus basically says like, okay, you need to let's take a breather.
Yeah.
Let's give yourself a rest. This is getting unhealthy for you.
Yeah, he gives you like an hour and then like gets you a drink, and he says, maybe just take some time to process. Enjoy the fight. I gotta get back to work for the time being, but if you're still here when closing, I can keep talking with you, but I think you have a lot to think about.
Yeah. Thank you for answering all the questions. That it feels really good having any idea at all, well, or at least some idea of what any of this is.
Of course.
Do I still have the job with y'all? Does this affect my?
No, that wouldn't affect it. If anything, I'm more intrigued about working with you, if anything, now. So,
okay, cool. I'll talk to you later, boss.
Sure thing. He goes back to the counter. You can see every now and then, like, he kind of gives you a glance, just checking in on you and make sure you're not like having a mental breakdown kind of thing. But however long you guys want to hang here, there's like, you can see a few fighters come in and out and stuff, and they kind of sit on the, like, a few of them are just kind of like bump by. Maybe some are like the not kindest or rude, but some are nice, and they kind of greet you as they walk past and get ready for fights. But Other than that, it's probably getting close to like the sun's just about to set, so it's night out.
Coil probably looks to the rest and is
I probably should head back. I know someone is probably waiting for me.
Back at the inn?
Yeah. For the rune thing.
Oh. Yeah, we should have... It's dinner time. I'm hungry. I'm tired. I'm getting cranky.
Yeah. Let's go.
Sure.
It's been a long day.
Uh-huh.
sure has.
I just want to listen to this again. All right. So yeah, how long do you guys think you probably like spent at the Cross Swords? Like,
After Hobson was done talking?
yeah.
I would imagine not that long.
Okay. So you make your trek back to the Shattered Shield, and it is way busier than when you first visited it. There's a few other forms behind the bar, kind of helping drinks. You can see Arjun is like a flurry of arms, just delivering stuff, cleaning up stuff, taking orders. A lot of the tables are kind of taken and accounted for, but because this is like multiple levels, you can still find a spot if you want to gather up a table, or if you want to head to your rooms, you all have your individual room keys as well. And it's probably like 7 at this point once you get back.
Trilby's gonna find a table and get some grub.
Get some grub.
He's a hungry, growing boy.
Coil will probably check the room just to see if anyone is there waiting for him.
I think when you walk in, you're probably greeted by a small gnome figure. They walk up and they go, are you Coil? I believe you had an appointment earlier. Yes. It will just take maybe 5 minutes for the rune. If we can do it out here in your room, wherever you prefer.
Here is good.
Okay. They kind of sit down and they have a few like tools that they kind of pull out. They look like almost like a soldering iron, or like a little like. Well, that's the right term, right? That sounded weird to me.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
They pull that out.
Implement.
Yeah, but the back side of it has a blue void crystal sticking in it. And over the next few minutes, just kind of like they ask you like, where would you like it? It'll be small, about the size of a gold piece.
Where does he want it? I guess
this is permanent.
You can eventually remove it. Because we're using void crystal, it'll be a little more permanent than. Think of it like a tattoo, but maybe not as permanent. Okay, you know what? That was a bad example.
A tattoo, but temporary.
A tattoo, but temporary.
Yeah, he just holds out his arm, like the inside of his forearm or something.
Okay. He goes to the appointed spot you direct him, and he carves in this small little rune with like a circular pattern around it, and there's small little tiny runes on the inside of the circle edge. And once he finishes it, it does like a faint little pulse of like blue energy that matches the like blue void circuitry you've seen on like a few of those mechanisms and stuff. It's very unnoticeable, like it does not glow or anything like that. It's just a faint like blue light that when you move, like you rotate your wrist every now and then, you can like, kind of catch a glimpse of it.
Neat. Okay.
And he goes, thank you very much for your service again, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And he does a quick little nod and rolls up his tools, puts them under his shoulder or under his armpit, and like just goes like just performing his job.
Mm-hmm. And then Cole goes back to the rest of the group. Just a
Very
quick
good.
Boyle got a
tattoo.
tattoo.
Nice.
Is it a Stussy? It's just a cool S.
Is it a Gotham?
It's the
can?
cool ass. Yeah, it's fuck. And then, like, a few minutes later, a gnome comes up and he goes, I'm the one who is here to perform the rune on you. But yeah, you guys have the night to yourself. If anyone would like to do anything or not, we can fast forward to the meeting. Actually, I lied.
Yeah.
Okay, what is everyone doing in the bar? We know Truby went and got some food. Coil was getting a little tattoo and then joined the group. Is everyone eating, having a drink, sitting together? Were you in your rooms?
Yeah, mostly small talk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sitting together.
Okay, so no one's by themselves, is what you're telling me.
Do you want us by
No.
ourselves?
I'm just making sure.
No. Yeah.
Okay. I would say Coil and Phaley, with your passives, at some point while you all are having a conversation, you glance across the bar, and at a table for one, having a nice tall frothy glass of beer, is a long white bearded wizard sitting in a seat, and he is
Oh.
watching your group.
It's Horace,
It's Horace.
There he is.
wizard.
You just
Well,
catch him
maybe
every
kinda.
now and then, like making eyes. Like he's not like stalking in the shadows or anything. Like he's not hiding his presence. It's just you catch him looking at your group.
I imagine he's hard to. It's difficult for him to blend in, even in a fantasy city.
Yeah, the big fucking blue and star hat is really clashes.
Coil kind of pokes
No, when he's on stealth,
Phaley.
he swaps it out for like instead of blue and stars, it's black and white stars. So
Yeah.
it's in stealth mode.
Black hat with silver stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, Coil is kind of poking Phaley and like pointing at him.
Phaley looks over and just looks back at Coil.
He seemed to know you, maybe? Or think he did?
I don't recognize him at all.
Not even a little bit?
No, I don't think so.
Hmm.
Could always ask him.
I kind of want to know what his deal is.
So Coil gets up.
Okay. Coil approaches the table.
Yeah, Coil goes to approach.
Okay. Is this is just Coil? I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I
Unless
think
anyone wants to
Phaley's
come.
avoiding the hell out of this man.
Okay. So just Coil. I think as you start to close the distance and get close enough, he goes, care to join me for a drink? Can you drink? You can drink, right?
Unfortunately, I cannot.
Well, you can hold a cup, right? he snaps his fingers and like a similar cup just kind of like slides across the table. Like the origin, there was no origin from it. It just slides in, but it's empty.
Oh, it's empty, y'all.
Please have a seat.
He sits.
So I'm very excited about your group's possible endeavors. You know, you're not the first group that we have currently commissioned for this.
But, well, I would hope so. That's reassuring.
It's a bit of a big task, and a lot of the leads that we've been given haven't been that fruitful. You can imagine it's pretty hard finding a needle in this haystack the size of a planet.
Yeah.
But a lot of these things are dangerous, and we want to make sure they get back.
When we came in, you seemed to potentially recognize one of us.
Yeah, yes. Similar face.
Oh, so you didn't actually.
He leans in close to you, and like his demeanor changes a little bit, and he goes, "Can we keep a thing between you and me?"
Depends on the thing.
If it was a matter of safety.
Can I be the judge of that?
Sure, I'll present you with the information, and you can decide from there.
He nods.
Does Faley still have the music box?
You know about the music box.
I do.
She does not. I took it.
May I see it?
What does it do?
Well, it had a very specific function that she came to me for, and I provided her with it. And the focus was the music box.
What was that specific function?
She wanted to forget some things. Due to the nature of the spell and how much was being forgotten, I needed to ensure the spell was recast multiple times, we'll say. And she presented the music box as something she used frequently, and I'm just curious if she held true with that.
She did carry it on her.
Good.
I ended up taking it because she was acting weird around it, and she would act like she'd never seen it every single day. I thought maybe it wasn't good for her, so I took it. Is it still able to perform its function so long as I travel with her?
You can answer that for me. If I don't need to look at it, but you can tell me this. Inscribed in the top of the music box, when you open to listen to it, there should be a glyph. Is there a faint glow to the glyph?
He will reach into his things and he will pull out the little music box and check.
You check, and there is a inert, dull carving of a glyph that is not glowing.
It is not glowing.
Then it seemed to have served its purpose.
Wait, so it's not needed anymore?
Uh,
Or is it just working as intended?
It's working as intended. She can have, if there was a little bit of mishap with her acting weird with the music box, that might have been a side effect of powerful magics. But whether she listens to the music box or not from this point on, it doesn't matter. It was only supposed to last about a month of the enchantment before it was set.
Do you think I could give it back to her and she wouldn't act weird around it? Or will that be a perpetual thing?
When was the last time she listened to it and was weird around it?
Like a while ago. Oh wait, no, I'm not there. Shit, never mind. I'm not there. I'm engaged. Sorry.
Gilnick just appears between them.
I'm sorry. I'm not there.
Carries
no.
refill drinks.
Oh, fuck.
I'm sorry. I did it again. I'm sorry. I did it again.
That was
Oh.
amazing.
Camera pans over and Gelnick's at the table.
Just
like,
sitting there
No,
the whole
I'm
time.
Yeah,
not. I'm not.
he's
Forgive
getting
me.
Yeah.
refill drinks for everyone. So he's
Just
just
happened to
at the-
walk by right at that time. Yeah.
Forgive me. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. Sorry.
But I think a few weeks at least.
Then I think she might still act weird with it. I think there might have been some crossed wires there. She came to me about 4 or 5 months ago.
He's doing a slow nod to seeming to think a lot.
I do ask, this stays between you and me.
If she wants to forget about it, I will respect that.
Good.
But I will hold on to it still.
Also good. It seemed dear to her, so.
He nods.
So when she came to you for this, was that here in Northcliff?
No, it was in Spring Oak. I have a large tower outside the town, kind of a landmark of sorts. It's the big white tower. The Wizard of the White Tower is what they call me. He chuckles to himself. But no, she came to me there.
Is that where you're usually stationed?
Usually, yes. It was only about maybe 3 months I've been here in Northcliff. They needed my help with setting up some of the enchanting on the drones that Chasma built and the divining tablets and such. So I've kind of been busy keeping here, although I do miss home dearly.
I see. Well, thank you for answering.
Thank you for answering my question.
That's one mystery solved.
And if anything, it's good to see she's doing okay. She has a group of people this time, which is nice.
I don't suppose you know what she was trying to forget.
She wouldn't tell me specifics, but there were dangerous people after her, and she did something. She needed to ensure she forgot. I don't think it's for her sake, more the fact that they couldn't learn it from her. The impression I got.
He's doing a very slow nod. Like he's suddenly understanding something.
But it was a significant chunk of time that she had me tamper with.
Okay.
But I would happily tell you more, but I think that's about all the information she gave me.
Probably best I don't know.
Agreed. How was your beer?
Great.
He smiles and he takes a big sip.
Yeah, so he might just chat with him for a little bit longer so it looks less suspicious, I guess.
I think like he'll probably talk about there's a festival in Spring Oak that he's very excited for because he missed it. He missed the Harvest Festival that was like a week ago, but it was always his favorite time of the year. So he's very sad that he didn't get to stay in Spring Oak. But other than that, he kind of just answers any questions and just chit chats about stuff. And I think he probably even does some like people watching with you in the bar. Just like, look at that guy.
I'm a huge fan of this gossip wizard.
I know, I kind of love him. But yeah, he will hang out with him for a little bit and then eventually just,
Okay.
say goodbye and say they'll see him tomorrow, I guess, and wander back to the group.
So yeah, anyone want to do anything?
With the gears turning in his head, the gears turning very slowly.
God damn it, Dan.
What? It's
Yeah.
Northcliffe, baby.
All
You're
side
ramping things
quests
up
lead to
200.
Northcliffe.
all roads lead to Northcliffe.
Yeah. Holy hell.
That's where we exit the fucking inn and Illustrious Delights are right outside.
You're right there. I will say probably about this point, can I have a wisdom save from Faley?
Oh,
Jeez.
sure.
No pressure.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Fail it, fail it, fail it, fail it.
Yes!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh,
You just get
no.
the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, but you're not like you look around, no one's like watching you or anything like that. You just get this sensation.
Kind of look around and then shrug it off.
But other than that, you guys enjoy some drinks and some good food. As much as you enjoyed the presence of the brass squid, the meals here are far superior than their hash browns. It's high quality.
Yeah. Blasphemy.
foods. Yeah, they got
The
these
hash
like
browns aren't as good.
potato
Everything else,
wedges.
Can you give us like a George R. R. Martin-esque 15-page breakdown of the food that we're eating now?
Oh yeah.
To explain the city that we're in and the culture and the. I'm joking.
I have it typed up. No. I'm just kidding.
I feel like everyone at this table's having a terrible time, and Shirley's just stuffing his mouth. You're gonna finish that?
I think Hobson does buy around kind of for everybody. It just sort of says like, "Hey, I'm sorry. I know it's been a weird day for me, but I wanted to say sorry for those of you who I haven't figured out how to tell yet. And sorry if there's been times when I acted weird or like sorry if I ever did anything that screwed you all over. If it helps, I probably didn't know about it."
So you had a champion of virtue in you this whole time.
Yeah, I guess so. He doesn't act like it. But I guess.
Who are they talking about? You hear in your head.
God, it's gonna be a long night of explaining.
I think you do have a conversation with him, which I don't think we need to play out. But the thing you notice is like, as you're explaining it to him, it's like when you are explaining something that someone's like, "No, I know this already." Oh yeah, totally. Just for everyone else, explain it. You're not noticing like there's no moment of recognition
Interesting. Yeah, I was wondering why didn't he recognize literally a living person who he would have at least interacted with some a bit. Like,
Yeah. Like you
yeah.
explain to something, he's like, "Oh, of course, I remember that. Yeah, of course."
Huh. The plot thickens and my cat's yelling. I don't know if it's picking up on the mic.
It is
No,
not.
unfortunately.
Oh, great. Yeah, sadly.
But yeah, that is super fascinating. So yeah, like Hobson just explains everything, and Vols doesn't seem to really remember or recognize any of it, despite acting like he does.
Correct.
Yeah, I think Hobson just sort of files that away and doesn't. Hobson barely understood what to do with this about this before, and I think he thought he'd feel a lot more relieved in this moment, finding someone like some authority figure who might know something of what he can do about this or what's been happening to him. But now I think there's enough about this now that he still feels all the more unsure. Like, why does this Vols that I'm talking to not really resemble the one who I saw there, who I saw in that vision? Why doesn't he remember any of this? I feel like Hobson's feeling like you couldn't trust Vols before, really. But man, yeah, I think his head is kind of just spinning and he doesn't know what to do about it at this point.
Gotcha.
Not sure how much he should, he may be wondering how much he should be sharing with Vols.
Yeah. I think that probably passes by your head at some point of he's not responding the way I thought.
It's maybe I shouldn't be feeding him more information till I know who I'm giving it to.
Does anyone want to do anything for the rest of their night?
I have some things I want to work on back at the room if we're all wrapped up with dinner. I don't want to jump ahead if there's other business.
I think it looks like everyone's ready to go to bed. So
Yeah.
if you would like to tinker away,
I do. I would like to tinker away
tinker.
with my tools. I want to try to fix those gears.
Yeah, so give me a tinker's check for fixing scrubbins.
Now, how do I do that?
It'll be a D20 plus your proficiency in tinker's tools and intelligence. So I think it was plus 10 because you just got double for proficiency, right?
Yeah, so I have double proficiency bonus when using tools I'm proficient with.
Yeah.
And then you said plus what on top
Your
of that?
intelligence.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Jesus.
Well, I just rolled a 17.
Okay,
without any
you
bit, so-
fix scrubbins. You realize these gears aren't doing anything.
I thought they'd look cool.
You don't remove them, you just move them a little bit. So, so in the middle of the night, Scrubbins is cured of poop ailment.
Oh my god.
All right.
It probably only takes you an hour, so it's not even dipping into your rest.
Okay. I do want to do another check to
Okay.
try to work on Trilby a little bit. I'm on a roll. So that's the same exact thing?
Same exact thing.
Ugh.
3, so
Right.
13. So even with a 13, basically because your tinker is so high, you make progress, but it's the 2 hours for just one success.
Hey, I'll take that. I got 2 whole success. So last time we did the chassis. So what part of the B?
So maybe this part you're installing the filament within the lens or the bulb that goes on the back of the little bee kind of thing.
Oh.
So you're working with these fine details, but it takes you a long time to actually get this one little piece of wire correctly in. So it doesn't look a lot when you look back, but it is still progress.
Hell yeah.
It's not that impressive, but you know what?
Yay! Do you have the ability to cut that off mid play? There you go.
Wait. It's so hard. It's so hard to do.
I know. I know. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, but great. And the last thing I'm gonna do, I don't think there's a role for this or anything, but I'm swapping out one of my infusions because I have more of those now. And I'm taking that ring, that silver ring that I bought, and I'm turning it into a spell refueling ring.
Ooh, very
I'm
nice.
slapping that on. And now I'm going to sleep.
Nice. Sleepy time. Last call for anyone as you each go to your individual rooms for the first time probably in a while. You get ready for bed.
Yes, there is
Cool.
something Double Leader would like to do.
Gladly.
Double Leader is going to knock on Mornthal's room door. And just be like, Stinky Drow! It is I, Double Leader, in case you could not tell.
It was obvious. He's gonna open the door.
Gelnick,
Yes?
understand you are not fond of sharing, but may he step in for just a moment?
He sort of takes a second to like think in his head, like, will it take longer to argue and shut the door and have peace and quiet, or will it be quicker to just let him talk? And then he just sort of opens the door wider and just accepts that this is going to have to be it.
Ah, thank you. Gelnick was afraid he would have to be extremely persistent throughout the night. Now, Gelnick wanted to level with you. Is a new city, new town, perhaps new chapter. And Gelnick does not understand you, Mornthal. You say you have no care for Tribe, yet you still insist in advising Tribe in ways that are most efficient in your eyes. Such advice does not come from one who is apathetic. And you are ungentle and stinky towards Feli, and yet you two still find solace in each other's company, which Gelnick admires. She has spoken in your favor despite how often you bicker like baby goblinoids.
Yeah. And this confuses you?
Yes, it does. Which is why Gelnick will give you a test. Secrets, Gelnick understands, can often be weapons, which may be why you and Feli wish not to share them. So, Gelnick will do the ultimate test to truly see what your angle is. Oftentimes, an angry stray dog only bears fangs because it cannot tell intentions. So, Gelnick will share his deepest secret with you. And what you do with that information will truly tell Gelnick who you are, more than any actions, so far. So you understand Gelnick's pilgrimage, yes? He travels throughout entire world, learn, grow wise, grow strong, head back to Tribe.
Yes.
Gelnick takes a deep breath. Gelnick has already completed his pilgrimage, and he has failed. I have been banished from the Ustenki tribe.
Banished?
Yes. I fought the previous pilgrim, and I failed. I am banished never to return again. And I am afraid of ever seeing the Ustenki again. For my name is not even worth mentioning anymore. In Ustenki tradition, a name is very strong. And I have said mine many times in order to make myself feel as though I'm worthy of that name. But no more. And now you know. Perhaps, if we encounter another goblin of some kind, you may understand why Gelnick is so afraid to talk sometimes. But secrets are like weapons, and Gelnick has given you a very strong sword. What you do with it is up to you.
You know, as much as it pains me to accept this, we're a lot more alike than you think.
Oh, Gelnek knows. He sees
No,
your
you
stare. He sees your conflict. Trust me, Morenthal. You're not the only one who is hunted by demons.
And you're not the only one who's been banished from a group.
Are you ready to share? If not, I understand.
Remember that business back in Philgrove where I may have been attacked, I guess.
Yes? And you were dressed very, very nicely.
I wish I was wearing something more protective. I ran to Philgrove to get away. Because, like you say, secrets are weapons. And one of mine got used against me. And I had no choice but to escape the only life I knew. And you don't escape the life I ran away from, if you get my drift.
I do. I'm very sorry, Morenthal.
Not as sorry as I am, because I've dragged you all into it as well. Because they'll keep coming, and they'll keep trying to find me.
There must be a reason
And
why you
the-
stick with us instead of any other group. You could go with anybody.
I've never been with any other group. This is it's all new to me. So I honestly expected you all to just kick me out or leave me behind, but it hasn't happened. And I don't know what to do.
Well, I'm very proud of you for not just simply up and leaving. That would be the easier choice. And I'm sure it wasn't easy either.
I nearly did. A few times.
Well, know that I am very proud of you for not doing so. It is very scary trying to be with a new group after you've been betrayed by your last one, seeming as though you don't fit anywhere. But you look at us, look at this tribe, none of us fit anywhere, which is exactly why we do.
Maybe that's why I've stuck around.
Well, wherever it may lead, I am happy that you are still with us.
And I'm happy you're around too.
Thank you for opening the door, Morenthal. You have a good night's sleep. Or,
You too.
I guess, meditation. And thank you for sharing. And Gelnek will
You too.
leave out of the door.
I love D&D. Ah. Anyone else?
I did want to say that Coil is probably, despite the fact that he has a room, he's still gonna go to Phaley's room and watch over her because he doesn't trust shit and doesn't want her by herself.
Coil is best.
Our dog.
Perfect.
And I also think I haven't attuned to this Mantle of the Pack Lord that we got from the Chameleonaire.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how to do that. I've never
basically
tuned
just
an
spending like an hour with it. So like any part of a short or long rest, if you want to say like, hey, I'm attuning to this. Also, for folks who don't know, because Barry and I talked about this before, you get 3 attunement slots, which is you can be attuned to 3 different things. Usually like higher level magical items and stuff will require you to attune.
Mhm.
But you know, like stuff like a bag of holding, you don't have to attune to. That just works by default. And for attuned items, once you spend like an hour with it and focus in on it, and you kind of learn its properties, then you can get the full extent of the weapon or gear or whatnot. Just in case anyone
Love
didn't
it.
know.
Okay. So yeah, I'm attuning to that.
All right. And I think you all have a. Just kidding. Morenthal.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Um,
Oh, no.
I had a feeling this was coming.
I think this is probably hours past Gilnix left the room. You
Mhm.
have either entered trance or actually gone to sleep, whatever the actual mood you feel is. And just, I think with the pitch darkness of night and the commotion outside has kind of passed, you look towards your gear and there's a faint golden glow just vaguely coming from your gear. And it's the Lord of the Rings scene where like he shouldn't look at the orb.
That.
It's that scene. Like you know exactly what it is. And it's not like pulling you or anything like that, but you're noticing it.
I'm gonna get up and sort of move everything out of the way just so I can see it glow more.
Okay.
Just sort of not really wanting to do anything with it, just sort of observe it, I guess.
I think you probably like you lay it out, keeping it on that like silk fabric that it's wrapped in.
Mm-hmm.
It is this, like cantaloupe, melon-sized golden egg, made of amber. There's small little like carvings that are all like almost like a solid Fabergé egg instead of being hollow. There's just like a faint bit of like movement that you're not sure if it's just like, when you look in a crystal and you move it and you can kind of see like the different planes of the crystal kind of intersecting differently. It's kind of like
Mhm.
that. But you're not sure if it's like actually a light inside it or anything, but it's just a faint warm glow. You don't feel
Does it look-
anything. It doesn't like, sorry, what was that?
Does it look like now that it's like glowing that I can make out any more sort of detailing on it, or is it just sort of like all the original details that we saw in it are like just more enhanced?
Give me, let's do an investigation since you're spending some time to actually look at this.
Whew. 22.
Okay. With your, like, you probably have some limited knowledge of like arcane runes and stuff like that. This is nothing like that. It doesn't even look like a language. It looks purely ornamental. Like this is like if you didn't find this in a chest in a dungeon and just on a shelf, it would be like something you would sell for a pretty penny. Like it just looks like a nice decorative piece that is a solid chunk of amber.
Shit. Okay, in that case, he's going to pick it up out of the fabric and sort of turn it around in his hands.
So you're touching it.
Yep, he's touching it.
Roll out. Just kidding.
Just kidding. You're gonna lose anyway.
As you touch it, there's like almost like a radio static suddenly coming into focus, and it just goes, "Please don't stop touching the egg."
Immediately, like, drops it back into the fabric. Just like this is like he's not like picked it up and like it's gonna shatter. It's like it's softly like 1 centimeter off the ground. Hears that, drops it in shock, and it's just like, wait, and then slowly goes back to grab it again.
Okay, so do you touch it again?
Yep.
Okay, as you touch it again, it goes, literally the only thing I asked, please just keep touching the egg for a moment. Yes? Can we talk?
What? Are you? Is that you, Everett?
Yeah, it is. I frankly, I don't care who you are. Listen, I'll give you whatever you want. Can you just do me a huge favor and break this thing?
Break the egg.
Yeah, like just smash it real hard.
Why?
Because I'm asking. Do you want something? I was a very smart man in my time. I could impart knowledge on you. I mean, the fact that you're touching this probably means you've already been through my estate, but I could maybe tell you about off-seas bank accounts, yes, that I have and get access to.
Think about this from my point of view. An ornate egg that I found in the basement of a mansion near a dead body is now glowing and is telling me to break it. I don't care what that egg is offering me. I want to know why that egg wants it to be broken.
Well, I mean, you saw me. I'm assuming my body was nearby. I don't know
Yes.
how long, like, how'd my body look? Was it good? Good, still?
Ooh.
I know
Let's
it's
say
been
you
a
need
bit of
of
time.
moisturizing.
Okay. So I maybe did a bit of an experiment. And I thought it would be lavish and grand and I would have this space to myself. And none of that happened and it's just limbo in here. It's just nothingness and I've been here since.
So your experiment was to put yourself in an egg.
Let's say yes.
Let's say the truth.
Can you just break the egg for me?
He immediately just lets go of the egg and just sits there for like 2 minutes. Just like waiting, imagining that he's probably screaming inside the egg. And then goes to pick it up again.
Do you have a good think?
Did you? Are you going to tell me why you want me to break the egg?
I would like to not be in here, and I believe if you break the egg, I can leave. It's that
What if
simple.
you're wrong?
Then I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that's
You
going to be
hadn't
the
even-
case.
You're pretty sure? For a man in an egg, pretty sure probably isn't enough.
Okay, let's say I'm sure.
Oh, now you're sure?
Mm-hmm.
What happens? Where are you going to go if I break the egg? Are you just going to disappear? Or are you going to be in the air?
Well,
Or are you going to return to your body?
that extent I don't know. I imagine anywhere is better than nothingness. And talking out of a gem.
You know what? Sure, fine. Break the egg.
I
you-
thank you. Please.
Does it need to be shattered or just cracked?
I think a good shattering isn't due.
He's just gonna throw it against the wall.
Okay, give me an athletics check. You throw the shit out of that egg and it hits the wall. and it shatters. As you do, there's a bit of a flash, not like to the extent of like a flashbang or anything like that. Just a bright glow, and you can see like an amber silhouette start to form before it just kind of wisps into nothingness.
See ya. I'm just gonna lay back down and sort of just stare at the ceiling.
Who shares a wall with Morinthal?
I hope it's Trilby.
So it's Trilby. It's Trilby now.
Trilby bangs on the door.
I'm
Morinthal!
gonna get up. I'm gonna get up and open the door.
I was
Yes?
asleep. What was that?
What was what?
It was a gigantic bang. What are you doing? Did someone try to stab you again?
I've just been in here sleeping, Trilby. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Alright, good
Maybe you
night.
need some sleep.
I think I do. It's been a long day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Morinthal. Good night.
It's okay. I'm gonna shut the door.
Back to sleep.
I'm just gonna check something real quick.
Oh no, Dan's checking things.
Why does it smell like broken egg in your room?
Why does it smell fried in your room?
Okay.
Is it bacon?
Anyone else before as y'all close your tender little eyes?
I'm honk shoeing.
Honk Shuin. Morinthal, as you go to sleep, you have, or even go into trance, whichever you choose. You have a like series of flashes in your mind, like you're just quickly remembering things. Like if someone were to see you, it would be like rapid eye movement under the lids of your eyes, kind of thing. Just kind of quick little flashes of memory of reading through tomes and studying the arcane arts and going through this, and you feel this like this warm glow in you as you do it, and you have gained proficiency in the history skill.
Ooh. Oh.
But other than that, nothing happens.
So this is the opposite of Volson Hobson. There's no proficiency in history.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And morning comes, and everyone's all well rested, comfy, nice like thick
boy.
fabric sheets that you got to lay in, comfy beds after the cots of the airship. And downstairs waiting for you is Anadocus, sitting having a cup of joe.
Is it Joe with 2 E's? Because it's fantasy.
Yeah, there's a dot on one of them, or like a. But he looks at you and he goes, "Are we ready to discuss plans?"
We're just going to the Spire, right?
Yes. And you'll be happy to know, Bailey Morinthal, I spoke with Kazma and convinced her that with the case of the lot of you being together, one of you apparently having a champion spirit within you, I convinced her that you can go without the blood tracking.
Thank you.
As for the rest of the party, we still will maintain that. It is a necessary part of the operation. But I do believe you should all be in attendance for what we're going to present you.
Okay.
If you're all ready, we can head over right now.
Works for me.
Okay.
Coil nods.
Mm-hmm.
Also, well, once we do this, we'll call it for the night, just to give everyone a heads up. Because, but I feel like this is a cold moment. And I gotta do. Is this good? No. That's not good. Let's go back to this. I like this. Okay, so you all make your way to the spire, led by Adokis. He's probably chit-chatting a little more, especially with Hobson, just because there's some familiarity there now. And as you're led into the spire, you go down one of the hallways, and you basically go into a small little side room. There's a large desk and a similar kind of floating white orb, similar to the one you saw on the floor of the Champions Hall, but much smaller scale, built into the desk. And there is a projection of just the dome of the world slowly rotating there. It's maybe like 3 feet across the projection. And he offers you all to take a seat. Kazma joins as well, and another figure joins that I don't think any of you would know. Let me just No. As she walks in, though, she has elven ears. Her skin is this reddish amber color. Eyes are solid gold, though you can see like a small circle of change in color where you can see her like irises are. Her garb shifts in color as she moves, seeming to be made of leaves of autumn. Her hair is auburn red, shoulder length, and it like curls in to kind of outline her face. She joins you. She's already seated as you all enter the room. Adokis sits next to her. Says, if y'all like to take a seat, this is Siona. She's one of the members of the council along with me. She came to ensure that I am saying the right things because this is all a little over my head.
Hello.
She gives a little wave. It's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for everything you're about to do for us, and for returning the Defiler staff. That was a dangerous artifact.
Welcome.
You have my thanks as well as the rest of the realm. As you all sit down, there's a little moment of just kind of like that weird, you're about to begin a meeting, and everyone's like just making sure like, okay, got my script and everything ready. Adokis, after everyone was settled in, he goes, so what we're about to show you is the 9 remaining artifacts that are of the most dangerous of the missing artifacts from the explosion in the vaults of Eversteel. You returned the Defiler staff, which was amongst these, or amongst the 10 that were the most dangerous. Now only 9 remain. There will be other parties dealing with these as well, and some of them we don't have current leads on. But to give you an idea, we have some records for each of them that we pulled from the vaults. And he taps like a small little button. You can see like built in the table in front of each of you as well. There's like little circular, it's like the circuitry of the blue void crystal that's just kind of built in, but it almost looks like a keypad kind of thing. He fiddles with a few things. And displaying now, instead of that, the orb of the planet, you see this throne. You can't tell like the material. It's just this like, it's the Star Wars holo-vid kind of thing. But it's all like white instead of blue as the base hue. It's got like these massive like jewels built into like where your hands would rest. Arched back, and then like 3 big points that are coming out of it. And the throne, like it kind of looks like it just like blends into the surrounding floor around it. Like there's no base of it. This is the Throne of Want. It's a throne that amplifies the thoughts and desires of those who sit in it. It will call for someone to claim it as it has in the past. When we first encountered this, it was I believe just north of Moorfield, there was an arena. There was a thug of sorts found it and basically claimed for a massive fighting pit, and it drew from people all across the Far Reach Mountains to it. Might not seem as dangerous in someone's hands like that, but we're not sure who will find it or what their desires will be. Its spread of influence only grows over time, so it's one of those that we'll probably hear rumors about it once we find it. It doesn't have its own key signature of magic to track down, so we kind of just have to wait. This one's location is currently unknown. He flips, he changes the slide. You see a small ornate brass key. This is the Shaper of Minds. It's a small, simple key, something that could easily fit in your hand, and while it might be small and unimpressive in size, it's quite dangerous. Pressing this against one's head allows you full control of memories, thoughts, interpretation, any mental function of the user. Now, obviously, this could go in any person's hands. If it were to be used against a king or anything like that, the consequences are dire. It's akin to some magics, but the fact that it can be easily concealed and virtually undetectable, we don't have a lot of way to track it. This one is, again, we're going to have to wait for something to happen. He flips a lever. There is a shard of glass that is just like scattered, and they all kind of like slowly spin and rotate. This is the planar mirror, a shattered looking glass. Each fragment is said to contain a window into another plane of existence. It allows for free planar travel merely by reaching your form into the shard. This one by itself may not pose an immediate threat, but again, whoever finds this, they have free access of travel amongst the planes of existence. That's kind of a big deal. This one, however, we have our suspicions where it was found. Some of the other artifacts that have already been returned seem to have been... When the vaults exploded and these artifacts were scattered, it seemed that they've picked moments in either their creation or existence or the first time they saw themselves in this plane, such as the Defiler staff. The creation you found there in the Underdark, that was the first time the staff had its footing in our plane of existence. Normally, something from the Abyss is never meant to come this way, so I think that is why it incorporated or formed there. For the planar mirror, when we first found this, the champions, it was on the Isle of Shariza. While I've explained a little bit to your friend Hobson here, I have my suspicions, and I think this might be the source of it. However, tracking any arcane source in the Isle of Shariza is impossible currently, and it's far too dangerous. We do, however, have a friend who volunteered to visit. Biri Norax, one of the previous champions, has attempted to reach the island. She only left about 2 weeks ago, and we haven't heard word back. He just kind of immediately flips to another slide. Gauntlet of the Eye. A warped gauntlet from the corpse of an elder beholder. Gifts the wielder immense power. It's said to mimic that of the beast itself. This one, it won't call out to anyone, but it's a dangerous weapon, whoever finds it. We have actually pinpointed a designated location for this. It was created, and its first designated spot within this plane was in the Desert of Thorns, which is within Orlan, a few days travel by airship. Finding within the desert where this artifact is going to be the biggest issue, because the desert, and it's literally amongst sand. But the energy signatures that we're detecting are within a certain radius, so it's possibly a good place to start. Another slide, a small little wand. As you're looking at it, it kind of like changes into like, oh, and now it's like a simple little wooden wand. Now it's a steel rod with a gem at the bottom of it. Now it's this crooked, like almost dagger looking thing with a small wrapped handle, and it just kind of changes form. The Wand of Chaos. It's fickle, and it might not be that powerful depending on its mood. I say that, and I'm not joking. We've tracked this one down outside Wildwind. That's over in Tainavera. It will probably be a bit of travel unless teleporting to across the sea. Spawned within Chaos, there is a land of death and decay where a fallen god was once fought. We believe it's within there. Next, there's a few more to go. Not just yet. It's a Star Fox quote. Heart of the Keep. You see this beating heart. It looks like a simple just like heart that's just beating. I guess maybe that's a cool thing to see for fantasy people. We actually know exactly where this one is. On the coast of Varuel, a small island to the south. This heart is tied to a demiplane, and its manifestation is that of a tower keep. With it comes an army at your disposal, as well as an almost impenetrable fortress. It's been sieging the Isle of Varuel for about 2 months. The Empire has helped what they can, but a lot of the approach has just been fortifying and protecting the people of the city. There's been little progress made actually infiltrating the castle. We're not sure who is within it, or why, or how it's found its way there, but that one's going to be a bit of a issue. The next one is a eye. This is the Amber Dragon Eye. You can see it's got like a thin little slit of basically just a dragon eye. A relic that transforms its user. It's said to gain power when killing dragon kind. We're not sure of this one. This one might be more preventative. We've told the people of Dragonhold, and they have locked down the city. We know a few location of some elder ancient dragons that have roosted, although warning them of danger is not the smartest move, being they might take it as an insult. But we're keeping an eye out on any potential threat that this person, if they found the eye, where they could gain power from. The Ring of Flame. A small copper ring, glowing red constantly, like it's just pulled out of a furnace. Although you can't see the color, so they don't matter. This is created from a shard of the Flame Tyrant. We don't know the location of this one either, although we have suspect, since it can't manifest, all the artifacts seem to have been manifesting within our realm. Everything we've found, even the small relics, have not been able to travel across the plains, which leads us to believe this is in the Hashan Highlands. There's a volcano there, which is the weakest veil between the plane of the ash, or the plane of fire. We suspect it's there, but no confirmation at the moment. And finally, there is a simple flower. The Flower of Rebirth. It's able to reborn any creature in existence, even that beyond the power of a god, high-level arcane spells, and from nothing, from a single thought, you can bring something back. We actually detected the use of this flower. It only blooms once a year, so while we don't have a location of where it will show up next, we do know it was used in the city of Lafford, which is to the northwest. there was a large pulse of divine energy within the city. We think it might have spawned there due to the presence and nature of Lafford. They've been recently going through a plague, and while we sent out people to investigate, this was months ago, no record of any, divine magics have reached that place in desperate need of it. So we're not sure what used it. As he says this, Bailey, you know the city Lafford
Mm-hmm.
because that's where the Black Hand has built their headquarters.
Oh, good.
And I think that's where we'll call it.
Oh, good. That's great. That's just neat.
So yeah, so those are the 9 artifacts that are remaining. Only a few locations are known at the moment, and I can send that as like a little document to you all of
Thank
like,
you.
hey, what do you guys want to do? But you're free to do whatever you want in Northcliff for the next session, and I'll give you the possible steps. And of course, if you want, you can like take leads that aren't definitive and go investigate them yourself. While you're there, it is made clear to you by the council that the viridescent javelin is within your use. If you choose to use it. They also have the access to teleportation circles for traveling across like the sea if need be. But that's a future decision. So
What is this javelin?
that is the airship you rode.
Yeah,
Right,
the javelin
thank you.
maneuver.
I forgot. Thank you.
All good. I could have just said the airship, but I had to be extra.
You're the DM. That's your job.
My job. Boy, I had a really good time tonight.
Same.
That was amazing.
Holy hell, what a session.
That was really good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
There was so many, like, just for the record, the entire time of the airship, I was like, Dan's gonna talk to Adokus at some point.
Yeah, I figured like, oh, well, maybe that'll come up at some point. But yeah, I remember making note of like thinking like, okay, we're going into the side of this champion thing. Pay close attention. He might drop a hint. And
You
then
might drop a hint. But yeah, there's a lot of little fun goodies. Also, Gelnick and Morinthal, I'm just like, oh,
holy cow, you
I
guys. Yeah,
adored that
it was wonderful.
so much.
Hey, remember 30 minutes into the session when Dan said that's all he had written down?
Yeah.
Lies.
Oh,
lies.
Oh, that was my foot. Oh man, D&D's fun. Y'all are great. Thank you so much for playing with me and joining me.
Thank you.
I've
That was
been
wonderful.
giddy about this session basically since we planned it.
Yay.
So-
It was incredible.
We'll figure out when the next one is. Although there's a few events between here now of like GDQ and Tears of the Kingdom, so it might be maybe later in June. So we'll let you guys know as soon as we plan. But thank you for watching, everyone. Do you guys have anything?
Hydrated Ganon.
Oh yeah. I'm licking my lips. Do you all have anything you want to say to chat or anything before I find someone to raid and head out?
Chat, you're great. Dan's great.
Yeah.
This is great.
Chat
Thank
raid.
you.
This is
You're
great.
Thank you.
Y'all great.
Dan, that was amazing. I've been just in awe of everybody this whole session.
I'm so happy. Oh man, so much of this was like I've had since like episode 1, and I'm just like, it'll come up.
Oh,
much
the
payoff
urge
today.
to share all the ideas you have, but no one to share it with
Yep.
because they're your friends and they're the one who are in the D&D game.
So you remember when I posted something and then deleted it because I was like, I don't want to.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
the map of Northcliff. I was
Oh
like,
my god.
wow.
So good.
I was like, I'm gonna save
I love it.
Ah, all right.
So cool.
Well, thank you all for joining me. I'm gonna mute and thank chat real quick before we find someone to raid. But I appreciate y'all.
Goodbye.
Good night, chat.
Thank
Bye.
Bye.
Chat. I'm gonna change it to this so I can find someone to raid. Thank you all for joining. Boy, this was a really good session, huh? Sitting on so much of that stuff for so long, and it's like, it's so giddy. Let's see. Oh, thank you first. I gotta say thank you to y'all. Snowell, thank you for 41. Raiden. Thank you for 2 months using your Prime sub. Appreciate that. Laftel, thank you for 19. Nicole, thank you for 17. Serious shit. Bagel Tea, thank you for 22 months. Universal, thank you for the 50 bits. Barry, thank you for 53 months. At tier 2, what are you doing? Tracker, thank you for 20 months. Thank you. Buster, thank you for 100 bits. Ed, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That was not a question, but I'd gladly take your generosity. Fearless Sun, thank you for 23. Ed, thank you for another gifted sub. What the heck? And Universal, thank you for 50 bits. Hi, everyone. You have to expect the egg to be a relic. There were so many instances of... Here, I'll just clarify a few things for you. One, the brass key was not used on Phaley. I realized as soon as I said that, I was like, oh, everyone's going to get the wrong idea real quick. And two, the amber eye was not the amber egg. Those are totally different things. I just liked amber. So yeah, let's see who's on. Let's see who's on. It's been a minute since I've rated Onsta. Would you guys like to say hi to Onsta? Onsta's doing some Pokemon fusion. Let's go say hi to Onsta. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your night. Streaming with Will, Mr. Viking Blonde. We're gonna do some of the what is it? Sea of Thieves. We're gonna do some Sea of Thieves on Friday. And then I think I have something else planned and I'm forgetting right now, but I'm sure I'll remember. Have yourselves a good one. Thank you so much. Appreciate ya. Bye.